Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to HPU's 2020 Election Night Special. I'm Riley Mannion.
And I'm Anna Harris. Tonight we are going to be covering all things election night, from the highly anticipated 2020 presidential election to local elections affecting us right here in North Carolina.
That's right, and all throughout the night we will have exclusive interviews with HPU college Democrats, college Republicans, and even local election candidates. And even though we will most likely not know the results of the presidential election by tonight, we will be giving breaking updates on which candidates secure which states and how the battleground states may pull the election to one side or another.
Speaking of breaking news, there's been some updates that are three projected states. From Fox, Trump is expected to win Kentucky, and Biden is projected to win Virginia, and Trump is expected to win Indiana, according to CNN. So in regards to swing states, there are many to look out for in this presidential election. If you do not know what a swing state is, it is a state that can reasonably be won by either the Republican or Democratic Party in an election. These states are crucial in determining the candidacy of the president because you simply never know what is going to happen, and they become a huge target for campaigning.
Looking at the 2020 election, there are quite a few swing states that Biden and Trump are looking to claim. Our residing state, North Carolina, is a big one this election, as well as Michigan, Pennsylvania, Florida, and Arizona, amongst others. The states are nearly split down the middle, so every vote will count. In Arizona, as of this morning, Biden is leading Trump 50 to 46%, whereas in Ohio, Trump leads with 48% compared to Biden's 46%. In North Carolina, arguably the most impactful swing state, Biden is leading with a 2.1 difference, holding a 49 to 47 lead.
We are attending school in the state of North Carolina, so I'll be very interested to see what happens with tonight's voting results. To win tonight's election, President Trump or Vice President Biden will need to win a total of 270 Electoral College votes to reach the White House. Out of the swing states that we discussed, the state of Florida voted red in the 2016 election, but blue in the 2012 election. So their 29 electoral votes are going to be very crucial to either candidate. Riley, what do you think will happen here in North Carolina based on what we have talked about so far?
I don't know. I think that it could obviously go either way. I think based off of people that I've talked to, I want to say that it could lean blue, but again, based off of last election too, it went red. So I'm just concerned about people who aren't very vocal about their votes, and then them coming up and voting red, and then Trump takes North Carolina. So
yes,
it could go either way.
Yes, I could totally see it going either way. Like, I'm a North Carolina native, and I know that Charlotte has its very liberal parts of it and very conservative parts. I'm from a very liberal hometown, but all the surrounding towns are very conservative. So I honestly have no idea what's going to happen, but I'm very intrigued to see it.
Yes.
So in regards to the states that we can have a pretty clear prediction on, we know that California, New York, New Jersey, Washington, and Massachusetts are just a few of the states that will vote Democratic. On the other side, Alabama, Kentucky, Tennessee, and Louisiana are just a few of the states that will vote Republican. A state that normally swings right that has remained a topic of conversation is the state of Texas. The reason that this has sparked conversation is because Texas has a growing Hispanic, Black, and Asian American communities, and white suburbs have become more moderate. With 38 electoral votes, Texas will play a major factor on who will win the presidency. Personally, in my opinion, I think that if the Republican Party loses Texas, it will be one of the biggest losses that I could imagine for Donald Trump.
I agree. I think that I couldn't believe that Texas was even considered a swing state because it's typically red. And so when I saw that it was a swing state, I was really surprised. But I know that there are bigger cities in Texas that are leaning blue. And one of the issues with Texas is where the voting locations are, is that like the smaller towns that are voting red have closer voting locations to them, whereas like people who are voting blue, like they have to travel like an hour or 2 hours to the voting location, which I saw as an issue with this election. So I personally think that Texas will be red. I think Trump will win Texas. But it's just interesting to see that how it's a swing state when in other elections it wasn't.
I know, I completely agree on that. I honestly predict that Trump will still win Texas as well, because when you think of big Texas, you think big red. So like, I don't know, who knows what's going to happen this time.
Yeah, and I think with the other swing states as well, like we were talking about North Carolina and Florida and Pennsylvania, they went red last election. But the way that it's looking now, it looks like they're leaning blue. So I think North Carolina will go blue along with Pennsylvania. Florida, I'm tossed up about because I know that was a big deciding factor in last year's election or the 2016 election. So I don't know how that one's going to go.
Yes, I'm very intrigued to see what
Yes,
Florida's going to be
yes.
like as well.
Although we can talk about the potential outcomes of swing states for hours, let's take a second to talk about the polls. If you did not participate in early voting, the polls in North Carolina are just about to close, but these voting times typically vary from state to state. Some states, such as Maine, New York, and North Dakota, do not close their polling locations until about 9 p.m. This means that people will be on their way to the polling locations when some locations will be tallying up the last few of their votes. I think it's safe to assume that we will most likely not know the results of the presidency by the end of this special, but we are hoping to get through at least a good amount of the electoral map.
Another reason that the results of the election might be delayed this year is because of mail-in voting. Mail-in voting has become a popular practice of democracy in this year's election due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Many are choosing to vote by mail to avoid exposure at the polls. Something that is very interesting in regards to mail-in votes is that most states will begin processing mail-in votes by the time their ballot is received or 1 to 2 weeks before. However, there are a few states that aren't processing mail-in votes until today.
That's right. And the one thing that we can predict about tonight's results is how unpredictable the results will be. Coming up, Anna and I are going to discuss perhaps the biggest issues going into this election. But first, we're going to head over to Ethan Smith, who is getting the opinions about different election-related topics from High Point students. Ethan?
Thanks, Anna. How's it going, everybody? My name is Ethan, and today I'm going to be going around to whoever's lucky enough to be in Slane or Wannock to ask people why they think it's important to vote. Let's see what people have to say. So our first question here today is, did you vote?
Yes, I did.
Yes, I did.
I have. Yes.
Yes, I have.
Yes, I have.
Have you voted yet?
Yes, I have.
Why did you vote?
I voted because I want to make an impact, and I think that's the right way to share my voice.
I voted because it's my civic duty, it's the right thing to do, and it's my first election that I can vote, so might as well just get my voice out there.
Because it's important to represent.
Because I want to show impact to my community.
Because it's fun.
I like to exercise.
It's my first presidential election, and I want to make an impact.
Well, I voted because I wanted a reason to get my voice in for the country and like show that I care about this country.
I decided to vote because every vote matters.
I voted because I wanted to see change and I wanted to see a leader who's good for our country.
Turn 18, have the right to now, so might as well roll the democracy.
Well, how about you?
I think it's super important for the future and just to see kind of what happens with our country, and I think it's super important to have a voice and just share my opinion and have a voice in our country.
Because I think it's important to state your views, and as a part of this country, I think it's important to express my right to vote.
That's because I want to show my opinion in the upcoming election.
Because I thought it was my duty.
It's great to hear that so many people have voted in this year's election, and it's really interesting to hear about all the different reasons that people have for voting. But that's all the time that we have for this segment. Tune in later when I'll be asking some people about what their knowledge is about local and state candidates. Back to you.
Thank you, Ethan. Thank you, Ethan.
Well, let's get right into our first On the Issue segment. Tonight, me and Anna are going to be discussing COVID-19 and the impact that the pandemic has had on our country. So, Anna, can you tell me a little bit about Trump's plans to take down the virus?
So ever since the beginning, President Trump has been very, very adamant about making sure that we have a vaccine by the end of 2020. And we are hoping to go back to normal by the start of 2021. He wants to make sure that all critical medicines and supplies for healthcare workers in the U.S., and he wants to refill stockpiles and prepare for any possible future pandemics, because God forbid COVID-19 ever happen again and continue along the next 4 years, but he wants to make sure that we have a vaccine available as soon as possible. So what is Biden's plan if he ends up being the president in the office?
Yeah, I think Biden's also looking into that vaccine, and right here it says that he's investing a $25 billion plan to get that vaccine to make sure that it's for every American, that it's cost-free. Mm-hmm. So the $25 billion sounds like a lot, but to get that vaccine cost-free for everybody, I think that that's necessary. And he's also looking to implement mandatory masks for every state. Mm-hmm. So he's saying that he's going to make the governors of each state mandate that in their states, but also like a nationwide thing. And then state by state basis, and depending on how the numbers are in each state, he's going to make the calls on like local businesses and restaurants and stuff like that, just to see how that's all going. But he also wants to fix the issues that Trump has brought up with testing. And so there's been access to tests, but it's seemed to gone downhill. And so he really wants to fix that and make drive-in testing available and stuff like that, and just increase the number of tests.
I totally understand that. So like, in your personal opinion, like, do you believe that Biden's plan of making everything very state or federally mandated instead of being controlled by the governors like Trump is doing right now, do you think that's going to be the most effective for the virus?
I do think it's going to be effective, because I think that there are states where the governors have been mandating masks. I'm from New Jersey, and our governor is making sure that everybody's wearing masks in every restaurant, every business that they go into, and New Jersey has one of the lower numbers, and they are dealing with it well. Whereas in like things that show the states that lean red, where the governors aren't mandating masks as much, the numbers are higher. So I think that that would help, and I think that it is good for him to do that for each state, but still giving the governors that power, just making them do it.
Right.
In a sense.
Gotcha.
Yeah. What do you think about that?
About the mandating of
Yeah.
masks. Well, in my personal opinion, like I'm from North Carolina, where we have a Democratic governor, and we've had mandated masks since probably beginning of summertime, something like that. And we have been in and out of phases. We got pushed, we were in phase 2 for forever, it felt like, and recently put into phase 3.
Right.
And personally for me, I think it's hard to decide if masks are super effective or not, because I still know people that wear a mask all the time and they ended up testing positive for COVID. So I don't know personally how effective it is, but I agree that like we should wear it just because maybe that's what you should do. You should do it to prevent others from getting sick, but I just don't know how completely factual it is, in my personal opinion.
I think that with the different types of masks, I think certain ones, like the ones that go over your neck, might not be as effective as the N95s or like the cloth masks, but they have been proven like by scientists and people who are looking into that they are effective, and that also with people saying that it hinders their breathing, like they prove that it does not hinder your breathing in any way. Yes, I think they're really annoying, and I think we could all do without the mask. I don't think anybody enjoys wearing the mask, but I think that if all of the rules are followed, and the 6 feet distance, the social distancing, the limited gatherings, and the masks, it makes it a lot less likely to get the virus.
No, and I totally understand that. Like everyone has completely different perspectives on everything. And what do you believe, like, do you think that Trump could have handled anything differently back in January if he had known any other information? I know it's hard to predict, because for me, it's like Trump didn't know any more information than anyone else in the United States when this pandemic occurred. No one in the world knew what was going on, and it's hard for me to imagine how anyone could have handled it any differently. Do you think that he could have done something, like if you were in the position back in January, what would you would have done if you were in office?
It's hard for me to say, because that's like a really big decision.
Right.
So I don't want to be saying things that can be unrealistic, but I do think that he could have done things better. I think he did know about some things. He did hear things from China and just knew about the virus. And the recordings of him saying that he didn't want to scare people, so he didn't want to say like how severe the virus is. I just think that stuff like that, like you just make it aware to the people about this virus and how it can affect that. And I think that instead of putting all of the blame onto China and saying that like they wanted to close the borders, with him disbanding the pandemic team that Obama put together, like they had a huge plan filled out for pandemics, and he disbanded the team. So I think that those are things that he could have done to prevent how quick it grew here. But again, it is a really difficult thing, and it's like difficult to make that decision when you're actually in those shoes.
Right.
Yeah.
Like I understand, and I respect the fact that Trump actually kind of held off telling people how serious it was a little bit, just because we already know how much Americans panic. And I know Joe Biden said in a recent political debate, Americans don't panic, and we obviously say that that's not completely factual. But his initial response was to close the U.S. borders to prevent the entry of the virus, because it was all coming from China, and he has been very adamant about making sure that China is held accountable. But on January 27th, President Trump established a White House COVID-19 task force before WHO had even declared COVID-19 to be a public health emergency of international concern. And since then, he's declared numerous national emergencies, signed 4 emergency spending bills that were eventually passed by Congress. And under the Trump administration, the U.S. launched Operation Warp Speed, an initiative to expedite research, development, and distribution of vaccines. He's been super adamant about making sure that businesses stay open. We have in-person learning. And what do you believe about in-person learning? Do you think that we should be in having online classes? Should it be based on the school district, the state? What do you think about that?
Yeah, I mean, I think it definitely should be based off the school district and the state. I think it's a case-by-case thing where, like here at High Point, I think we're handling it really well. We're distancing people, we're all wearing masks, and we have had some spikes, but I think that us being able to recover from that, I think it was really well. But I know that in high school, it's a lot more difficult because you're all sharing like confined hallways and stuff like that, or just like any other school that's not a college. So I think colleges are a bit different than like public schools and lower education. And I think that depending on the state and the size of the school and how many students there are, that being online for school might be the best option.
Yes, I believe that too. And I can totally understand having like the 8A, B-Day schedule of like some being online, some being in person. I'm just super adamant about in-person learning, and I know that I learn the best in a classroom, and I know that's how plenty of students learn best as well. And my brother, he's in all online classes, and he's in the 8th grade, and it's been a huge struggle for like my entire family because both my parents have full-time jobs, and they're like, we can't just like leave him home alone all the time and staring at a computer screen. It's depressing.
Yeah.
And I just don't think that like forfeiting all these students' mental health over having online in-person or online schooling is just kind of crazy to me. But I'm super adamant about in-person learning and definitely agree with Trump's policies on that.
Yeah, I think I understand the mental health concern because it is like really frustrating to be sitting in front of the screen. But I think that if schools are to enforce that and enforce the online learning and everyone does do it and follows those policies, it'll be able to get back to in-person classes quicker. And I think that if we're constantly back and forth of having peaks and like, and then it's doing better and then it peaks again, like it's not gonna get better just because it'll be high then low then high then low. But I think that if people are following these rules and people are going to online class, they're wearing their masks, they're staying 6 feet apart, they're not going to parties. Like if they're doing all of these things that are supposed to be done to stop the spread of the virus, it'll go away quicker. But because we've been in this pandemic for so long, people are starting to get tired of it in a way and think that like they might not get it, or it's not that serious, or like if they're younger, they might not think they're gonna get it because it doesn't affect younger people as much. But that's the issue with why it's spreading so much, because people aren't following these rules because they think, oh, it won't happen to me, or I'm so tired of this, I want to go to a party, or whatever it is. But it's not going to get better if that's what everyone's doing.
No, I totally understand. It's definitely a community effort for everyone to follow the rules and like not be completely stupid when it comes to stuff. I do think that we can do things within reason and that socializing is okay. Right. Obviously, you should be 6 feet apart. I know that I'm getting sick and tired of the pandemic.
Yeah.
I know you're probably sick and tired of the
it.
pandemic. Do you believe that, how do you think this is going to be when it comes to January? Like, do you think we're still going to be in the same position? Do you think it's going to peak? Like, what do you think?
I think we're going to be in the same position that we're in now. I would love to see improvements, but I think that just based off of how things have gone, I know Trump has promised a virus, he said within the next few weeks, but he's been saying that for months. So depending on when he gets this virus out, by January, I think, unfortunately, it still will be where we're at now.
Okay. I totally understand what you mean. Unfortunately, we are running out of time with the segment. So thank you for talking with me about COVID-19, and you'll hear us talk about more things later on in the show. So we will be right back after these short few messages.
Opiates has taken everything and everyone I've ever loved away from me. Everything.
I blew my ankle out and I got prescribed pain pills by my doctor.
If making my detox public is gonna help somebody, I'm all for it. I just wish I would have had a warning.
Opioid dependence can happen after just 5 days. Know the truth, spread the truth.
Musco Lighting. We make it happen.
Welcome to Freddy's. What can we get started for you?
I haven't had a carb in 3 weeks, and if I have one more sip of a kale smoothie, I need a Freddy's Original double with cheese, fries, and a turtle sundae. Please.
Coming right up.
If you're gonna be bad, it better be good. Being bad never tasted this good.
Bring it on.
Freddy's, the experience that puts a smile on your face and the taste that brings you back.
High Point University is focused on preparing students for the world as it is going to be. There's a growth mindset in our institutional DNA. So while our campus growth is impressive, the true relevance lies in how HPU creates an innovative learning environment that fosters the entrepreneurial spirit in the minds, in the hearts, and in the souls of our students. This is High Point University. Extraordinary.
It takes less than 1 minute to find out if you may have prediabetes. You can do it here. But you probably won't. You're busy. Kids, work, show coming back in 48 seconds. So let's do this now. Hold up one finger if you're a man, women, 0. 3 more fingers if you're over 60, 2 over 50, 1 over 40. If you're not sure, keep in mind you're sitting on a couch right now, so 1 more finger if you're not very active. 1 finger if yes, 0 if no. 1 yes, 0 no. Next, find the body type that looks most like you and hold up that many fingers while I look around awkwardly. And that's it. If you're holding up 5 fingers or more, you probably have prediabetes. Sorry to be so blunt, but hey, you're busy. Just go to the site.
I'll have the langoustine lobster ravioli.
For you, sir?
The original call was for langoustine ravioli. Langoustine is a tiny kind of lobster. Slight shellfish allergy rules that out. Plus, my wife ordered the langoustine. I will have chicken tenders and tater tots.
If you're a ref, you way over-explain things. It's what you do. If you want to save 15% or more on car insurance, you switch to Geico.
Sir, we don't have tater tots.
It's what you do.
I will have nachos.
Welcome to Freddy's. How are you guys doing?
Meetings. Lunch meetings all week, all salads.
Bean salads.
Quinoa salads. Heirloom salads.
Frisee salads.
Sometimes, guy needs a Freddy's Original double, Chicago dog, and a turtle sundae.
Make that 2, please.
3.
Absolutely.
If you're gonna be bad, it better be good. Being bad never tasted this good. Freddy's, the experience that puts a smile on your face and the taste that brings you back.
Welcome back to HPU's 2020 Election Night Special. I'm Anna Harris.
And I'm Riley Mannion. Before we head over to our next segment, we just got news that Florida is currently leaning blue, as well as Georgia also leaning blue, and Indiana is leaning red. So it'll be interesting to see how those go. I know we talked about Florida earlier, whether it leaned blue or red, but now it's leaning blue. So let's see if Biden's able to take Florida or if Trump can come back.
Right.
Now let's head over to Meredith Haddock for an interview with 2 members of High Points College Democrats. Meredith?
College Democrats. Welcome, guys. So happy to have you here. Happy election night.
Happy election night to you, too.
Yes, of course. So why don't you introduce yourselves? Tell us a little bit about you, what your year is, your major, and your involvement in College Democrats.
Okay, my name is Lauren Green. I'm a sophomore, and I'm a journalism major, too, and I've been a member of College Democrats for the past year, and I love it so far.
Hi, I'm Addison Jackson. I am a sophomore here at High Point University. I am a
strategic communications major with a minor in environmental studies, and in College Dems, I am the SGA rep, and I love it.
Wow, that's so awesome. Like I said, we're so happy to have you. So obviously this is your first time voting in this presidential election. So tell us a little bit about your voting experience. Did you guys register here at High Point University, register back in your county, back at home? Just talk to us a little bit about that.
On campus for the past couple of weeks prior to the election, I was working to register students on campus, so of course I was going to register here in North Carolina, considering that we are Guilford County itself, as well as North Carolina is a swing state. So I thought I'm super passionate about getting my word out for the community that I'm going to live here for the next 3 years. So I registered here and voted in person at the one that's like 10 minutes away, and it was super, super cool to watch democracy happen right in front of my own eyes.
Absolutely. What about you, Lauren?
Well, I registered to vote in my county back home in Florida last year.
Good.
Yes, and I sent my ballot in a month ago, and when I was filling out my ballot, part of me couldn't even believe that I was finally voting, because I've been passionate about politics and voting ever since the 2008 election when I was only 7.
Wow.
But I think I was just so captivated back then because we were electing our first Black president, and ever since then I felt it's important to always make my voice heard and my vote count. So
Absolutely,
it was a very proud moment.
So how do you think, what is it like being a member of a politically affiliated club this year in a presidential election? Do you think it's different? Do you think that because it's an election year, things have kind of changed up? So talk to us a little bit about that, Addie.
Honestly, I have found it so much more fun.
Yeah.
Because I love being involved, and I love being hands-on, doing the good work. So being able to have the difficult conversations, not with just the people who believe differently from me, but with people who also are in college Democrats and have similar to beliefs, but understanding where they're coming from, and everyone's so much more politically charged right now.
Yeah.
And being able to have these conversations and be involved has been so, so exciting and fulfilling.
Yeah, absolutely. So we were just talking about a little bit earlier some swing states here, and we have been noticing that couple counties have been coming in, but we were also talking earlier, I'm from North Carolina, you're from DC, and you're from Florida. Florida obviously is a huge swing state, so talk to us a little bit about what your thoughts are, what your predictions, what do you think it's going to look like this year?
Well, Florida's a purple state, so you never know. We can go either way. I know we voted for President Obama twice, but in 2016, our state voted for Donald Trump. So I think for this year, Joe Biden might slightly win, just maybe squeak by, because I was looking at the polls earlier, and I saw that he was ahead just slightly. So it'll be interesting to see how it goes.
And how do you think that college students have made an impact on this election? Because we were talking about the statistics, the Generation Z that has just come up above the age of 18 has so many millions of more voters. So how do you think they've really changed the polls this year?
It's funny you ask, because I was just reading a CNBC article about this, and they polled a bunch of different college students, and 71% of college students said they were ready and willing to vote this year.
Wow, yeah, that's so awesome. It's so crazy how just everybody's been getting out to vote, and early voting is such a popular thing. So many more people are voting for early voting. But how do you think the country will change if former Vice President Joe Biden gets elected? What do you think about, what are your thoughts on that?
Personally, I think it's going to make people feel a lot more accepting. I'm a big believer that having somebody who worked alongside with our first Black president, somebody who was very much pushing for the rights of LGBT people and people of color and other minority groups, and who has continued to do that in his current running position, as well as his focus on the environment, having us look at things that these are these huge social issues which are super, super important to a lot of people, and having them be in the front lines of the conversation our country needs to have, I think is super, super important, and I think that's a great change we need to make.
Yeah, what about you, Lauren? What are your thoughts on that?
I think Joe Biden would be a phenomenal president, because I was reading his website a few days ago and all the different plans he has. And I think that one of the biggest concerns this year is the pandemic, which he has laid out a 7-point plan of how he plans to address it, such as doubling the number of drive-through testing sites, and access to instant tests, at-home tests, and also more access to the Defense Production Act, which would increase the manufacturing of face shields, masks, and he also wants to negotiate with state and local leaders to enforce a mask mandate, which I think can help reduce the spread of COVID. Another issue that's important to me, especially as a minority, is racial equity.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and which I think he plans to address by investing more into HBCUs. Oh, and I also read that he plans to invest $100 billion into ameliorating public schools in lower income communities, specifically communities of color, which I think we've needed for so many years.
Absolutely. Yeah, those are all really, really great points. And what do you think that is one issue that is so important into heading into the voting booth? So obviously, you know, most everybody here has voted, rolling in all the polls tonight, but what do you think was one issue that kind of was a huge thing when you were going into voting?
For me, it's 100% environmental policy.
Great.
Because that's a field that I would love to continue to work into after I graduate. Looking at the two candidates and how they respond to the very real effects of climate change and how they're handling the environmental impact that we have as individuals and we have as a country, and studying how to reduce our carbon footprint, and the entire way they handle it is super, super important, was really important to me coming to who I was going to vote for both the presidency and all of our local electors.
Yeah. So kind of looking back on 2016, you know, you found out a lot of people that were either for Hillary Clinton, for Donald Trump, or kind of right in the middle. And we thought it was polarizing, but this year it's even more than it is. So what are some factors, Lauren, that you think just makes this election so polarizing?
I think there's just so much division, and no one's really willing to listen to both sides or be very accepting of one another for having opposite beliefs, and that's just unacceptable. You know, we're all Americans. We all want, most of us want the same things in life. So I think it's important now more than ever that we come together.
Absolutely. Yes. What about you, Addie? Do you have anything to add to that?
I think that there's a lot of rhetoric in which divides the two sides, saying you see on social media and on especially Twitter, that it's fairly easy to put people only see feeds of people they agree with. And so you get put into these feedback loops that continue and push these ideas in your head about what the enemy, and how there are two different sides. And I think it goes back to what you said, that there are, while there are these huge identity politics problems, we do all want the same thing at the end of the day. Absolutely. And taking down these walls and being willing to work is a thing that I would love to happen in these next coming years.
No, yeah, absolutely.
And being willing to listen to people who may have opposite perspectives than you can help you grow as a person, because the more you know, the farther you'll go.
Absolutely. No. Well, thank you guys so much for being here. I appreciate it so much. We are going to throw it back to Riley and Anna.
Hi, thank you, Meredith, for that. And so now, Riley, it is time for our next On the Issues segment, where we will be discussing healthcare. So what is Biden's plan in his next term if he is elected into office about healthcare?
Yeah, I mean, so obviously he wants to give every American affordable healthcare. That's obviously the biggest thing. That's what Obamacare did. He's going to build on Obamacare. He's going to improve on it because he worked with Obama, obviously, as his vice president to put together Obamacare. So now seeing how that went into effect during Obama's presidency, he's going to build on that, improve upon it, and implement that into America. And it's going to be difficult for him because Trump is trying to overturn that and get rid of it, basically. So basically get rid of any healthcare plans for people with pre-existing conditions, anything like that. That's what Biden's going to try to rebuild on and work on that. And then also with this pandemic going on, there's a lot of people losing their jobs, which is really affecting their health care. So I have here that Joe would have the federal government step in and cover 100% of the costs of keeping you on your employer-based plan, and he's calling it COBRA insurance. So that means that you or your employer, neither of you will have to pay for the premium, and you get the same coverage that you would have if you were still employed or before the virus.
Okay.
So what are Trump's healthcare plans?
So obviously Biden is very passionate about making sure that we have affordable health care for all Americans, and Trump actually has that same exact perspective, just with a different plan. So Trump is actually very against the Affordable Care Act, which is also known as Obamacare, because Americans are suffering from skyrocketing health insurance costs, and replacing this will force insurance companies to compete for their customers with lower costs and a higher quality service. So part of his second term's plans is that he does not mention the Affordable Care Act within it, because he obviously did that intentionally, and it's all about what the Supreme Court is going to decide to rule on that at the start of 2021. And if the Supreme Court does not rule that Affordable Care Act is a thing, then that will affect health care for the rest of Trump's term if he is in office. So he wants to eradicate COVID-19, lower prescription drug prices and health insurance costs for all Americans, ensure health coverages for pre-existing medical conditions, protect Medicare, eliminate surprise medical bills, position patients and providers in charge of the healthcare system, and overall improve veterans' health care. So in his first term, he uses executive authority to reduce barriers to more affordable options for Americans and businesses. A couple of those examples are that the Department of Agriculture provided more than $1 billion to the 2017 federal budget to be used to improve access to healthcare services for 2.5 million people in rural communities. He expanded access to association health plans, allowing small businesses to pool a risk across states, and allowed for short-term limited duration plans to be extended up to 12 months. So another thing that Trump really focused on throughout his whole first term was focusing on drug addiction, opioid abuse. So he actually declared this a nationwide public health emergency, and the Department of Health and Human Services invested nearly $900 million in opioid-specific funding, which I think is very important to recognize because that is a critical issue in America about opioids and all drug addiction. So he successfully pressured China to close dangerous loopholes that allowed Chinese fentanyl manufacturers to legally ship the compound worldwide, because most of it ended up in the United States. So another thing that I think is pretty remarkable about what Trump has done in his first term that I know will continue to go on within his second term was that the FDA approved the largest number of generic drugs in history. So if you don't know what generic drugs are, is that they increase competition in the marketplace and lower the cost of prescription drugs for all Americans. I know that I want to make sure that I can afford over-the-counter medication and anything I might need, especially because we are in the midst of a global pandemic right now. And in December 2018, year-end drug prices fell for the first time in nearly 50 years. So I hope that President Trump can guarantee great health insurance costs for all Americans if he were to be elected into office. I know that we're both in college. We're currently juniors. I'm a junior, you're a sophomore, and that by the time we are graduating college, we're going to be going off into the real world. We're going to have full-time jobs, living out on our own, all of the above. And once I graduate, I want to make sure that I am able to afford everything, regardless of what my job might be. And part of that is that I hope Americans aren't caught up in a scam thinking that they're going to be able to afford all these things no matter what. And in reality, that might not be the case if Biden is elected into office. So is there any other points that you have in regards to Biden's policies?
Yeah, I do. I do have a few more. So like you were saying with Trump and his policies, but with Medicare and Medicaid, Biden is going to lower the Medicare eligibility age to 60, which helps a bunch more people. He also, no matter whether you're insured or not, he will make sure that every single person in the country will be able to get tested for the virus. And I think that being that the virus is going on, healthcare and the virus do go hand in hand. And I think that's something that the President of the United States needs to put focus on with healthcare. And it seems like that Trump is not doing that. And I think Biden, in his plan for healthcare, wants to put that at the forefront of his healthcare plans, of his COVID plans, tie them together to make sure that any drug or any testing, any vaccine, whatever it may be, that it's affordable for people. And I think with what you were saying about being able to afford certain things, and with Biden's possible plan, you said that you might not be able to afford it, but I think that that's his goal. Not for you not to be able to afford it, but for everyone to be able to afford it. That's his goal. And so saying that you don't think that certain people will be able to afford it is contradicting the Affordable Care Act, because that's what the Affordable Care Act is all about. And then I also have that if you are currently insured by Obamacare, Biden, like I said, is going to build on Obamacare, contrasting what Trump has been doing. And if you lose your job, he's going to reopen enrollment for Obamacare and offer Medicare-like public options with the federal government providing enhanced premium subsides. And then if you are on Medicaid, Joe would provide direct and increased federal support to Medicaid and keep it in place until we have succeeded at significantly reducing unemployment rates. So reducing those unemployment rates would contribute to his healthcare plan, because with the Affordable Care Act and Obamacare and him building on Obamacare with the things like COBRA, he's going to be able to just work on those things that Trump is basically disbanding with the Affordable Care Act.
I totally understand everything you're coming from. I feel like we can talk about COVID and healthcare at all night long.
Yeah, I agree. But now we're going to go back to Meredith. She's now interviewing the college Republicans, so let's see what they have to say about those questions. Meredith?
Thanks, guys. Hey, everyone. I'm back this time, but I am joined with Julia Vasquez and Daly Harvey, two members of the College Republicans. So thank you guys so much for joining me tonight. So happy to have you here. So why don't you talk to us, again, just introduce yourself, what year you are, what your major is, and your affiliation with College Republicans.
All right, well, thank you again. I'm Daly Harvey. I am a sophomore. I'm a professional selling major with a minor in Spanish, and I'm the executive director for College Republicans.
And I'm Julia Velasquez. I'm also a sophomore, neuroscience major, psychology minor, and I serve as the vice president of College Republicans.
Wow, awesome. Well, so happy to have you guys here. I got a couple questions for you. So obviously this is probably your first presidential election you guys were eligible to vote in. Same with me. So tell us a little bit about your experience. Did you guys do early voting? Did you vote here in High Points County or in your personal county at home? Talk to us a little bit about that, Daly.
Okay, so I did early voting. I went back home, which is Burlington, North Carolina now, just last week, and voted with my mom and my brother because it was both of our first presidential elections. I was very excited about it. I loved it.
Absolutely. What about you?
So I'm originally from the Chicagoland area, so I decided to do a mail-in ballot through Illinois, and I was just very excited. I am familiar with the races in Illinois, so I was more comfortable personally voting in my home state. So it was just super cool to vote by mail for the first time, so I was really excited to still be able to vote.
Absolutely. No, you just feel such like a proud American when you do it. Absolutely. So obviously this is a presidential year election. So what has it been like being a member of a politically affiliated club during the year of a presidential election? Is it different? Is it more exciting? Is it more thrilling? Talk to us a little bit about that, Julia.
Absolutely. I mean, it has been just fantastic. I think the enthusiasm our general members have, the enthusiasm our executive board has been unbelievable. It's made us more passionate about politics. We're so excited to be able to talk about all the different campaign issues, to get to know our general members, how they see the different issues. It's just been so exciting, and it makes me proud to serve on the executive board, to know that we have these passionate Republicans here on campus. So it's been extremely rewarding.
What about you, Daly?
I would completely agree, and to kind of piggyback off of that, it's just kind of an amazing thing to see, not necessarily just voter turnout, but everyone's enthusiasm, no matter what side you're on. To see kids our age, who are the future of the United States of America, coming out and actually being so passionate about what is going on in the world right now, I love it. I can't get enough of it.
No, absolutely. It's just such an exciting time, and you kind of segued right into my next question. College students, the age from going to 2016 to 2020, there's so many millions of Americans that are eligible to vote. So what do you think college students, how do you think that they've made a huge impact on this election?
I would say that we, like I said, are the future of the United States, and everyone's taking a lot of pride in that, depending on your side and your views. And it's just a matter of everyone actually putting in the effort. I mean, you can make your posts on social media, but if you aren't going out and voting, it's just, I don't know, it's a toss-up.
Absolutely. Yeah, what about you?
So just to kind of build on that, I would say we're not only voting for the next 4 years, but we're voting for the foreseeable future. I mean, there are a lot of important issues, no matter what state you live in, that you're going to be able to decide on. It's more than just president and vice president. And I think the other thing, too, is we have a responsibility to look at the Democrat Party's platform, the Republican Party's platform.
Absolutely.
Look at all those issues and decide what best represents our values, and then vote on how we feel about that. So.
Yeah, absolutely. So what do you think is one really main issue that is most important heading into the voting booth? So obviously probably everybody has casted in their votes, but what do you think is one really, really important issue when there's somebody that's deciding between two parties? It's kind of a toss-up.
Well, obviously, with COVID-19 right now, that's definitely a huge issue. If you want to look at it at a different side, being a business major, I'm all about the economy.
Absolutely.
So the fiscal policies that will change depending on who is elected. If Trump is reelected, I think that our economy will be brought back after this virus and after we're able to eliminate it. But when you look on the other side, if Vice President Joe Biden is elected to this term in office, it's it's going to be a lot more difficult to recover.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And Julia, what do you think are some factors that makes this election just so polarizing? Because we saw in 2016, we thought, Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump, we thought that those voting was polarizing, but now going into already early votings, it is just so much more dramatic. So what do you think are some things that make it just more polarizing?
I mean, I think the fact that it's still, from 4 years ago, it's just even more extreme than it was then. I mean, you look at the COVID-19 response. I mean, both candidates have been harping on that constantly.
Absolutely.
You look at the issue of taxes, regulations, of talking about the oil industry, all these, especially in healthcare as well. You look at all these major issues that have become so much more prominent, even more so than they were 4 years ago. Especially now, I think we've taken more of a focus on domestic policy as well. So I think that's what's made it more polarizing, is we've had such a more intense focus on domestic issues, especially with coronavirus.
Absolutely. So. Yeah, so Daly, how do you think the country will change if Trump gets reelected for 2020?
So obviously that is the side that I'm hoping for. To me, I don't know if it's going to be that much of a drastic change, especially in the government environment for that.
Okay.
So the policies are going to stay the same. He has a very firm platform that he's been, kind of thriving on these past 4 years. But I am a little nervous, I'm not going to lie. I'm kind of apprehensive as to how the whole country will react with it.
Absolutely.
And the people on the opposing side. I don't know how it will turn out. It'll be different.
It'll be interesting.
Yeah.
No, absolutely. And I want to ask both of you guys, so obviously a couple days ago, the confirmation of the new Supreme Court Justice, Amy Coney Barrett. What are your thoughts on that? Are you guys excited, happy? Talk to us a little bit about that, Julia.
Sure. I mean, I was extremely excited. If I recall correctly, she was a federal appeals court judge in Chicago, and being from Chicago, I was thrilled when Trump announced that she was his pick. And I recall watching online when she held up the notepad, no notes, and how impressive that was. And I think she's just such an incredible role model for young women everywhere. And she's articulate, she's intelligent, she is just exceeds my expectations for a Supreme Court justice. So I'm absolutely thrilled that she was confirmed.
Absolutely. What about you, Daly?
I completely agree. To me, she embodies everything that a woman should be. And everyone, no matter what side you're on, you can look at her and know that she's a role model for the United States. And for her to be the leader now, it's just very incredible. And I couldn't be more proud.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, thank you guys so much for joining us tonight. So happy to have you here. Good luck with everything. It's been great to talk to you, but that's all the time that we have for our interview with college Republicans. Back to you, Anna and Riley.
Thank you, Meredith, and thank you. Thank you, Meredith, and thank you all so much for tuning into the first hour of the 2020 Election Night Special. For the next hour, hosts David Kleinschuster and Emily Nagel will be giving you all the details of local elections, and you will even hear from some of our local candidates as well.
Be sure to stick around because this is only the beginning of one of the biggest nights in political history. For HPU's Election Night Special, I'm Riley Mannion.
And I'm Anna Harris. We'll be right back after these messages.
Welcome to Freddy's. How are you guys doing?
Meetings.
Lunch meetings all week, all salads.
Bean salads.
Quinoa salads.
Heirloom salads.
Frisee salads.
Sometimes a guy needs a Freddy's Original Double, Chicago Dog, and a Turtle Sundae.
Make that 2, please.
3.
Absolutely.
If you're gonna be bad, it better be good. Being bad never tasted this good. Freddy's, the experience that puts a smile on your face and the taste that brings you back.
Sheets run and done.
I'll have the langoustine lobster ravioli.
For you, sir?
The original call was for langoustine ravioli. Langoustine is a tiny kind of lobster. Slight shellfish allergy rules that out. Plus, my wife ordered the langoustine. I will have chicken tenders and tater tots.
If you're a ref, you way over-explain things. It's what you do. If you want to save 15% or more on car insurance, you switch to Geico.
Sir, we don't have tater tots.
It's what you do.
I will have nachos.
Sheets run and done.
High Point University is focused on preparing students for the world as it is going to be. There's a growth mindset in our institutional DNA. So while our campus growth is impressive, the true relevance lies in how HPU creates an innovative learning environment that fosters the entrepreneurial spirit in the minds, in the hearts, and in the souls of our students. This is High Point University. Extraordinary.
It takes less than 1 minute to find out if you may have prediabetes. You can do it here. But you probably won't. You're busy. Kids, work, show coming back in 48 seconds. So let's do this now. Hold up 1 finger if you're a man, women, 0. 3 more fingers if you're over 60, 2 over 50, 1 over 40. If you're not sure, keep in mind you're sitting on a couch right now, so 1 more finger if you're not very active. 1 finger if yes, 0 if no. 1 yes, 0 no. Next, find the body type that looks most like you and hold up that many fingers while I look around awkwardly. And that's it. If you're holding up 5 fingers or more, you probably have prediabetes. Sorry to be so blunt, but hey, you're busy. Just go to the site.
Welcome to Freddy's. What can we get started for you?
I haven't had a carb in 3 weeks, and if I have one more sip of a kale smoothie, I need a Freddy's Original double with cheese, fries, and a turtle sundae. Please.
Coming right up.
If you're gonna be bad, it better be good. Being bad never tasted this good.
Bring it on.
Freddy's, the experience that puts a smile on your face and the taste that brings you back.
Welcome to Freddy's. How are you guys doing?
Meetings.
Lunch meetings all week, all salads.
Bean salads.
Quinoa salads.
Heirloom salad.
Frisee salads.
Sometimes, guy needs a Freddy's Original Double, Chicago Dog, and a turtle sundae.
Make that 2, please.
3.
Absolutely.
If you're gonna be bad, it better be good. Being bad never tasted this good. Freddy's, the experience that puts a smile on your face and the taste that brings you back.
Good evening, everyone. It is so exciting to be with all of you on this historical night of the 2020 presidential election. I'm Emily Nagel.
And I'm David Kleinschuster. Emily and I will be with you for the next hour as your hosts, discussing some of the key topics in this presidential election, as well as reviewing the local North Carolina elections.
Yes, that's right. But first, we're going to head back over to Ethan Smith as he tests HPU students' knowledge on local elections and candidates. Ethan.
Let's ask some people about their down ballot knowledge for some local and state candidates. Do people actually know who they're voting for? What state did you guys vote in?
Florida. Georgia.
I voted for Maryland.
New Jersey.
South Carolina.
Virginia.
I voted for Carolina.
Pennsylvania. Here in North Carolina.
Can you name any local or state representatives running for election in your state?
No.
I cannot.
No, I cannot.
Wait, Cal Cunningham is running, isn't he?
Yeah, do you know what he's running for?
I just see the commercials.
Jamie Raskin is one of the House of Representatives.
Karen Handel, John Ossoff, Brandon Beach, that's all I know.
What are they running for?
Senator, representatives, that's all.
I know about Dan Forrest. The other one's not too sure.
Do you know where he's what position he's running for?
He's the Republican candidate for, no? I don't know.
How about you?
No, I haven't been paying any attention, to be honest.
Phil Murphy's rerunning for governor, and I think Scott Gottheimer is running for Senate.
Dan Bishop, he's in the Senate, so I voted for him in that way, and then I voted for Amy Coney Barrett for the Supreme Court justice.
I didn't vote in like the local elections. I only voted for like the presidential election.
Off the top of my head, Roy Cooper's the first one that comes to mind.
Lindsey Graham, Senator Tim Scott.
What are they running for?
Senate.
How about you?
I think Ralph Graham's running for governor again for Virginia. No.
It's totally fine.
I don't think so.
I know Tom Tillis and Cal Cunningham. That's it.
What are they running for?
Couldn't tell you. State Senate.
It's so great to hear about everyone's knowledge about local and state candidates, and it's really interesting some of the names we heard. But that's all the time that we have for this segment. Join us in the next hour where I'll be asking everyone the big question: who's going to win the presidential election? Back to you, Emily and David.
Thanks, Ethan. Emily, are you surprised at the variety of different people's abilities to name the local candidates?
You know, I think I am surprised. I mean, we do have a lot of like out-of-state people here at this school, and even myself, I'm from Massachusetts. I had to do some research on what's going on over here. So it is pretty interesting. But before we keep going, we do have some brief updates for all of you. We do have Biden right now projected to be leading Florida, but he might be, that might be switching. It's probably going to end up being Trump. And then South Carolina has been called to be going to Trump. And then the electoral votes right now are currently 55 to 85 with Biden leading. So these are some interesting updates that we are getting right now. And then as for the local elections.
Yeah, and for local elections, as of just in, we do have Dan Forrest for governor leading over Roy Cooper, and Tom Tillis is leading for Senate.
Yeah, pretty interesting.
Pretty interesting.
Yeah.
All right, so why don't we get into a little details, a bit of these local elections, especially in North Carolina. You know, people don't know how important these elections are, especially where we are.
Right, correct. That's very true. North Carolina's U.S. Senate seat position has been an interesting race for the incumbent Republican candidate Tom Tillis and the Democratic candidate Cal Cunningham, who had a personal scandal revealed only a brief time before this election.
Tom Tillis plans to continue delivering COVID relief to North Carolina. Tillis has delivered over $4 billion to the state and local communities, and he also plans to support health clinics and schools with resources to minimize the effects of COVID-19. Tillis also wants to continue helping the NC economy by providing financial relief to families and granting forgivable loans.
Right, and rising up, Cal Cunningham plans to prioritize lowering the cost of health care to make it more accessible and oppose the politicians trying to repeal the Affordable Care Act. Cunningham also strives to create more economic opportunity for all, fighting against the high costs of living wages, the rising costs of college and higher education and medical care services in general.
Yes, and despite the scandal, the poll average reads Cunningham sitting over Tillis 48% to 42%.
Wow. So the other North Carolina elections include the race for the U.S. House of Representatives between Republican Ted Budd and Democrat Scott Huffman, as well as the race for governor for the frontrunners Democratic Roy Cooper and Republican Dan Forrest. David, how do you think all of these elections are going to play out tonight?
Well, for District 13, I think it's really close. I think Ted Budd, you know, he really has an upper hand being the incumbent. So I think that, you know, North Carolina has extended the polls, that is just in, and so we will find out later in the evening how that goes down. But as of the governor's seat, I am very shocked to hear that Dan Forrest is up by a significant amount. A recent poll from the past had Roy Cooper 51% over Dan Forrest, who had 39%. So I think it's a real upset, and I think it's an exciting turn of events to see.
It is exciting. It's exciting to see this kind of switch. So we are actually now, we're going to focus further on the local elections. HPU's very own Emmy Back-Aden got the chance to interview North Carolina District Senate Seat 27 Republican candidate Sebastian King. The District 27 Senate seat is crucial for local policy and in letting the High Point people's voice be heard. So let's check out the conversation with Emmy and Sebastian King.
Thanks, David and Emily. I'm Emmy Beck Aiden, and with me today is candidate for the District 27 seat in the North Carolina Senate, Sebastian King. Sebastian, welcome. Thanks for being here.
Emmy, thank you for having me today.
Absolutely. So we'll get started, and I would love to hear what you think one issue is especially important to voters this election cycle.
Well, I think that the most important issues that I've heard while safely knocking on doors is how are we going to get back on track? How are we going to get back to quote unquote normal? And look, many parents are struggling. Many families are struggling. Grocery bags are a little less full. You know, when I knock on doors, I've had single moms tell me that they're worried because they're living paycheck to paycheck. You know, my family story started off with my family living paycheck to paycheck. We didn't even have enough extra money to buy napkins for the dinner table. We passed around a washcloth. That's what we use as a napkin. So I understand those concerns. And my objective when I get to the North Carolina State Senate is to work for them. These working families are often forgotten in politics, and I want to be their voice in Raleigh. We have to have a plan. And that means our federal congressional delegation passing the Recovery Act that improves consumer confidence and makes people safe going to work. It would give tax breaks to companies that provide testing. And I think that is the number one thing, is how can we focus on having a strong Carolina comeback? That's what I'll support in the North Carolina State Senate.
And I know that you mentioned safely knocking on doors. How has your campaign adapted to COVID-19 and been able to switch your strategy to being safe and healthy when you're out campaigning?
Yeah, it's changed tremendously. You know, knocking on doors has been my game plan when I was working for Representative John Hardster as a campaign manager, and, you know, going to as many events outside and in the community as we can. That's shifted a little bit. But our campaign's adapted. We've worn face masks. We've knocked on doors and stepped 6 feet back and always use hand sanitizer and always wear our mask while talking to folks. We've made sure we put their safety first while knocking on doors and having those good conversations with constituents. But I do think it would be impossible to represent the 27th district if you haven't heard from the 27th district. And I think that's what this campaign's all about, is bringing every voice from the 27th district to Raleigh. And that's what's been missing for the past 2 years.
Now, this is a student-run broadcast, so many of our audience members are students, college students who are looking to get involved potentially in politics or just in their local community. So what advice would you have to those college students?
I really want to start off with a quote from former U.S. Senator Bobby Kennedy. He was a young politician, and he said this: "It was a young monk that began the Protestant Revolution. It was a young general that expanded an empire of Macedonia to the borders of the earth. A young woman reclaimed the territory of France. And it was a young Italian explorer who discovered the New World. And it was a 32-year-old, most people don't know this, but a 32-year-old Thomas Jefferson who proclaimed and challenged the status quo that all men are created equal." Young people are the future of North Carolina, our country, and our world. And I encourage every young person, you can make a difference. Those young people I just mentioned, they made a difference. And I started out in college just like many of you are in today. And I started as a campaign manager. I started off as an intern, interning for a local campaign, Representative John Hardster, before he was even elected. And I got promoted up to his campaign manager within a month and a half just by working hard. And it's these local races, state house, state senate, county commissioner, school board, you can make an impactful difference. And they really want your help. They need your help, but they also want your advice and perspective. So I encourage, get involved locally. You can, and you will make a difference, just like I've done.
Definitely. Thank you so much for sharing that advice with us today. And then finally, we've often heard that 2020, this election year, is the most important election of our generation, potentially of our lifetime. Do you support that claim, not only for our presidential races, but for down ballot local and state races?
Yeah, absolutely. I do think this is the most important election of our lifetime. It is a choice that we're going to have to make at the ballot box. What's the future of North Carolina? What's the future of our country? There are people who have literally signed a pledge to defund our police, fundamentally change our system of government. They want to, switch it to a socialistic. And this is not just hyperbole. This is the real deal. There's self-proclaimed socialists that want to change our way of life. Only here in America can grandson of a janitor and a maid and the son to a 15-year-old mother who's no one's in their family's graduated from high school and tell me go on and become their state senate nominee, be an executive for a small family business. This is powerful here in America. we are the envy of the rest of the world. People want to come to America, and we have to preserve that. But it's the young people that are going to have to preserve that. And here in America, anything is possible. The American dream is a reality here that many people aspire to do, and we have to keep it that way. That's why it's the most important election of our lifetime.
Sebastian, thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate you taking the time to talk with us. Emily and David, back to you.
Welcome back, and thank you so much, Emmy and Sebastian King. It is now time to move on to our first on the issues segment. Right now, we're going to be discussing the Supreme Court nomination. David, what are your thoughts on Amy Coney Barrett?
Yeah, so I just want to start off and say, you know, a lot of people are saying that it is unprecedented to appoint a justice, you know, during the time of an election year, you know, and what are your thoughts on that?
I mean, we have to remember back in 2016, I have this one quote from AP News. It says that year when McConnell refused to allow the Senate to consider then President Barack Obama's choice to replace the late Justice Antonin Scalia, there was this big argument behind all of that. So what do you think the Republican view is on that?
I think the biggest thing is that's politics, and that's the biggest thing. You know, everybody wants to make it a big deal that, oh, you know, we're trying to fill in a point during an election year. Well, the fact of the matter is that throughout American history, presidents have been nominating 25 Supreme Court justices, and 21 were confirmed during election years. And so it's not a trend that's starting with Trump, it's not a trend that's starting with Obama, but a third of United States presidents have actually nominated justices during election years.
Right. That is an interesting point there. And there's another interesting point to it as well, where there's been no other Supreme Court justice that has been confirmed on a recorded vote with no support from the minority party in at least 150 years, which is all according to the Senate Historical Office. So I find that pretty interesting.
Yeah. And there's some fascinating stuff on all sides, exactly. And so, I mean, I just want to say that everybody thinks it's crazy how fast that, you know, Amy Coney Barrett was confirmed and Ruth Bader Ginsburg was confirmed in 42 days. And so there are all these crazy things like that. And Amy Coney Barrett is the 5th woman on the Supreme Court. And so my question is, to a party that, you know, so much promotes female empowerment, why do they continue to tear down Barrett?
I mean, if only I could speak for the whole party, but I think it is an interesting point there. But I do want to point that only one Republican, Senator Suzanne Collins, she's in the fight for re-election in Maine right now. She's the only Republican that voted against the nominee, and it wasn't over any direct assessment of Barrett. Rather, Collins said, and quote, "I do not think it is fair nor consistent to have a Senate confirmation vote prior to the election." So it's that same idea back from 2016 that has that just kind of, should we do it or should we not? What do you think?
Yeah, and exactly, I'm just going to go back. This is not a trend that we're facing with Trump and starting that. This is something that's been a part of American history. We've had 21 justices confirmed right before the election. So this is not something new that Trump is starting. This is something that has been instilled in American history.
Mm-hmm. It is interesting. I also saw this one point on the AP News that I found very fascinating. It said that demonstrations for and against the nominee have been more muted at the Capitol under these coronavirus restrictions. So that's a huge factor that is in this entire placement of the nominee, being that we're having these restrictions where a lot of people aren't able to even come in and, you know, make those, you know, for claims or even make those against claims. So what are your thoughts on that, or the Republican Party's thoughts on that?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's hard, like in any platform, no matter where it is. It's very difficult when we have the situation we're in. It's unfortunate. We are having to vote for the first time in a presidential election with mail-in ballots. Everything is changing this year. 2020 has been a wild ride, and you know, it doesn't look like anything's stopping it. So we're keeping going on, you know, and ultimately it's the Senate who decides, it's not the people.
Right. It is pretty interesting. So my next point to you is back in before Barrett was confirmed in 2017 for the Appellate Court, only 2 Democratic senators voted to confirm her then, and now none in its entirety confirmed to vote her to the High Court.
Absolutely. And I think, unfortunately, with American politics now, it's been so radicalized. Everybody wants to vote. There's no sense of, common ground. Unfortunately, it has become Republicans and Democrats, and I want to be a part of the change, and I know you want to be a part of the change, where we can, build this common ground together. And that's why I think it's so important that young people like Amy Conant Barrett, enter into the government, and young people like us as well, face that challenge to step into the government, face and accept the challenge to fight for people our own age.
I know, and there's also there's another big point as well, where I know there are many Democrats actually that are kind of suggesting adding more justices to the Supreme Court. What are your thoughts on that?
I was going to question that, yeah. So the Congress has set the court packing limit to 9 ever since 1839. And so the whole point of that, so if Joe Biden were to be elected president, he would want to stack the court in order to receive a more liberal vote and a liberal seating in the Supreme Court. So I think that if that happens, there's going to be a lot of changes that are going to be broken. We'll have to see, of course, where the Senate is, where the Senate leads, where the House leads, because ultimately you can't make that change without a Congress in favor of your party.
Right, and the voice of the people.
Absolutely. And so just to wrap it up now, we are going to head in to our segment. So why don't we, excuse me one second.
I believe Grant Hines
Yes.
will be giving us an update on the Electoral College map and how things are looking so far. So we'll be right back after these
Thank you.
messages.
High Point University is focused on preparing students for the world as it is going to be. There's a growth mindset in our institutional DNA. So while our campus growth is impressive, the true relevance lies in how HPU creates an innovative learning environment that fosters the entrepreneurial spirit in the minds, in the hearts, and in the souls of our students. This is High Point University. Extraordinary.
Welcome to Freddy's. How are you guys doing?
Meetings.
Lunch meetings all week, all salads.
Bean salads?
Quinoa salads.
Heirloom salads.
Frisee salads?
Sometimes a guy needs a Freddy's Original Double, Chicago Dog, and a Turtle Sundae.
Make that 2, please.
3.
Absolutely.
If you're gonna be bad, it better be good. Being bad never tasted this good. Freddy's, the experience that puts a smile on your face and the taste that brings you back.
Welcome to Freddy's. What can we get started for you?
I haven't had a carb in 3 weeks, and if I have one more sip of a kale smoothie, I need a Freddy's Original Double with cheese, fries, and a turtle sundae. Please.
Coming right up.
If you're gonna be bad, it better be good. Being bad never tasted this good.
Bring it on.
Freddy's, the experience that puts a smile on your face and the taste that brings you back.
Musco Lighting. We make it happen. Sheets run and done.
I'll have the langoustine lobster ravioli.
For you, sir?
The original call was for langoustine ravioli. Langoustine is a tiny kind of lobster. Slight shellfish allergy rules that out. Plus, my wife ordered the langoustine. I will have chicken tenders and tater tots.
If you're a ref, you way over-explain things. It's what you do. If you want to save 15% or more on car insurance, you switch to Geico.
Sir, we don't have tater tots.
It's what you do.
I will have nachos.
It takes less than 1 minute to find out if you may have prediabetes. You can do it here. But you probably won't. You're busy. Kids, work, show coming back in 48 seconds. so let's do this now. Hold up one finger if you're a man, women, 0. 3 more fingers if you're over 60, 2 over 50, 1 over 40. If you're not sure, keep in mind you're sitting on a couch right now, so 1 more finger if you're not very active. 1 finger if yes, 0 if no. 1 yes, 0 no. Next, find the body type that looks most like you and hold up that many fingers while I look around awkwardly. And that's it. If you're holding up 5 fingers or more, you probably have prediabetes. Sorry to be so blunt, but hey, you're busy. Just go to the site.
Welcome back to HPU's 2020 Election Night Special. I'm Emily Nagel with David Klein-Schuster. So we have a few brief updates to give you guys. I just wanted to let you all know that Massachusetts, Illinois, Maryland, DC, Delaware, Virginia, and Vermont are all going to Biden with this election.
And now we have Alabama, Kentucky, and West Virginia confirmed for Trump.
And with all of that as well, we're going to give you a brief little local update. There are 6 North Carolina precincts that will be open late because there are some technical problems. So that is pretty interesting. Yeah. And it's a good update for everyone here in North Carolina that might not have voted just yet. So be sure to, get out and vote.
There's some time.
Yeah, you have some time now.
Absolutely. All right, now let's head over to our Electoral College map analyst, Grant Hines, for an update on how the states are looking. Grant?
Here with us today, we have Michael Garrett, incumbent Democratic North Carolina Senator from District 27. So first of all, how are you? How are you feeling about this election season?
I'm doing really well. Thanks for asking. I've spent a lot of time out working the polls during early voting and going through neighborhoods, doing some get out the vote canvassing, and people are fired up. There's a lot of energy out there, so it's a pretty exciting time. I've never seen, in my district specifically, 95% of the people that voted in 2016 have already voted, and that's before Election Day. So we're looking at record-breaking turnouts, which I think is just a great thing, because the more people that participate in democracy, the better off we all are, and the stronger the system is. So I'm really excited to see the participation from people in our community.
In 2018, you beat the then incumbent senator from the 27th district, Trudy Wade, by only about 1%. Do you think you can carry that same lead, if not bigger, this election?
We're hoping for bigger. That election, it was a midterm election. There was a lot of money spent on both sides, over $1 million spent on both sides. In 2018. So I hope that after getting to know more of the voters and the neighbors in this district know me more now, and we've had a lot of good conversations. In pre-COVID, we had a lot of town halls and a lot of outreach to the community that we built meaningful relationships that I think will certainly help. Also, people now, I was never a politician prior to holding this office, so I didn't have a voting record. For people to evaluate. Now they have a record to evaluate me on, and that my values align well with the voters of District 27. So I'm hoping that we win with more than 1%. But as long as we win, that's what matters.
Yeah. So what do you think make voters switch from electing that, I believe twice incumbent Trudy Wade, Republican, to electing you as a Democrat in the district?
So I think, it was more about the direction of the state and the direction that Republican leaders in Raleigh were taking us. The 38 states have expanded Medicaid in the United States, and North Carolina is one of the few that hasn't, and that's really costing people more in their health insurance for those that have insurance. And then there's 33,000 people here in Guilford County that would have access to health care if we expanded Medicaid, and just the jobs that would be created, roughly 2,700 according to Cone Health Foundation. I think that was a huge issue in the 2018 race, was the cost of health care for everyone. Also, just the systematic defunding of our public schools that's happened in this state over the last decade was something that families, Republicans and Democrats, independents, all people had concerns about. So, our race was grassroots driven. We went out, knocked thousands of doors, made over 70,000 phone calls, and really took our message, the message of our campaign, to people in their homes. And I think that is something that they were not used to seeing. When incumbents sit in office for a long time, they become out of touch. They don't do the work to reach out to people, which is something I work hard to make sure we continue doing all the time. And, once they hear the message and they hear the values of the candidate and the values of my campaign and what we're trying to do, people were comfortable taking the risk on someone new. And I think they have 2 years to judge what I stand up for and what I fight for, which is why I'm confident that we'll be reelected in the election.
Yeah, and so grassroots definitely is the best way, especially in these smaller state races, to get out and reach supporters and garner support. And you kind of touched on this in the last question, but you mentioned that healthcare and education are two of your biggest issues that you're running on this election cycle. And so what are you doing to address and resolve those issues if elected to a second term?
Yeah. So, I'm in the minority party in the state Senate right now. And so unless the Republicans feel moved to move our proposals forward, often we file the bill and it sits in the Rules Committee and never even gets a committee hearing. But it didn't stop me from filing those bills and making passionate speeches on the floor of the Senate, try to talk to some of my Republican colleagues. The first bill that I filed or co-sponsored when I got to Raleigh was Medicaid expansion. And, I won't repeat my case for it over again, but it's something that most North Carolinians support. Funding public schools is something I've constantly stood up for. We have got to get teacher pay back up to the national average. We have to start funding our UNC schools of education just so that we can make sure that we're teaching the teachers. A really frightening statistic is that enrollment in the UNC schools of education has dropped over 37% in this last decade. So if you have fewer people wanting to come and be teachers and you have teachers retiring at a higher rate, we're facing a catastrophic teacher shortage in this state if we don't address it. Another thing that moves voters on both sides of the aisles is gerrymandering. This state for the last decade has seen many, many court battles over the gerrymandering that the General Assembly had done, and with their precision discrimination of African-American voters, particularly by splitting A&T University into congressional districts as one example that is easiest to highlight here. So it is, there are a lot of issues that we're going to tackle in the next session of the General Assembly. And I am confident that we will flip the North Carolina Senate and that we'll be in control of the chamber in the next session, which will allow us to actually move these proposals forward so that we can get back to rebuilding our state. Because we needed to do that prior to COVID, but COVID-19 has just shined a light on the deficiencies we have here in North Carolina, both in healthcare and in education and economic opportunity. I mean, we're talking about 40% of our minority-owned businesses not surviving the COVID-19 pandemic because of lack of access to capital by being unbanked or underbanked. And that's something we've got to address because it's not acceptable to lose that many of our small businesses. It's not acceptable to lose one small business because of something outside of their control, but 40% is really a tragedy that we've got to tackle.
And last question here quickly, and about, if you can answer in about 1 minute, that'd be great. But we've often heard that the 2020 election is the most important election of our generation. Do you believe this is true, especially for your seat in the North Carolina Senate? And if so, why?
Absolutely. The 2020 election is the most important election of our lifetime, and particularly for the next generation, because healthcare is on the ballot, education is on the ballot, climate change is on the ballot, economic opportunity is on the ballot. We're going to have to rebuild North Carolina after we exit COVID-19. And the values of the people in charge rebuilding the state will dictate what this state looks like, not just for the next generation, but for multiple generations. Because when you rebuild something from the foundation up, you're talking about systematic change for decades. And so I think that we need a General Assembly that will back the vision of Governor Cooper rebuilding the state, not folks who their number one priority is being opposition to our governor.
Yeah, well, Senator Michael Garrett, thank you so much. As you know, this is Senator Michael Garrett, Democrat from North Carolina, from the North Carolina State Senate, District 27. Thank you so much, and the best of luck to you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thanks so much, Grant. What a great opportunity that we get the chance to talk to local candidates.
I know, right? It's exciting.
That's really exciting.
Yeah,
I love it.
so moving on to national news, we have North Carolina is tilting now towards Trump, and if Trump wins over Florida, Georgia, and North Carolina, it is highly unlikely we will be able to determine the results of the presidential election tonight.
Yeah, and we also have a brief local update for you guys. With 40% reporting, Cal Cunningham and Roy Cooper are now leading. So that was a change from just a short time ago, honestly. But we're going to actually head back over to Grant Hines. He's going to give us a total overview of the entire electoral map. Grant.
Thank you, Emily and David, and welcome to our 270 to Win corner here on All Access tonight. This is an interesting election, and right now, as of 8:37, all polls on the East Coast are closed, with the exception of New York. But let's turn to some of the pre-election polls and even turn back to 2016 to see where each candidate needs to win in order to reach that 270 threshold. Right now, most outlets are projecting that Biden has 85 electoral votes and Trump with the 61. Those swing states are pretty uncertain right now. And as we turn to what happened in 2016, we can see that with Michigan, a state that Trump did win in 2016, Biden is likely to win that state this year, as he has the support from Democratic Governor Gretchen Whitmer and others in the state right here in North Carolina, a state that Trump won in 2016. Biden and Trump are neck and neck, and we know that Trump did carry North Carolina by only 4 points in 2016. And with Biden having a slight lead over Trump in the state right before Election Day this year, a court ruling recently ruled that ballots can be mailed in, mail-in ballots that were mailed in postmarked today by 5 p.m. can be accepted until November 12th. And we do know that Democrats are more likely to vote by mail-in, so it could look good for Biden in that state. Georgia, another state that Trump won in 2016 by about 5 points. Biden was leading by 3 points pre-election day. And it's seeming to prove well for, it is leaning toward Trump right now. It has proved well for Biden throughout the night, but we'll have to see as the night moves on. Florida, one of the most highly contested states in this election, and probably in every election, especially in 2000. Trump did win Florida in 2016. But just like in 2012 and 2008, Barack Obama did win Florida both times, so with only about a 3.3% margin. So that's another state we'll have to see. So with so many ballots, mail-in ballots still have to be counted, and all of these swing states, some which don't get counted until polls close, and we still have about over half the states left until polls close in that state. We might not know the actual results until maybe days or weeks after tonight. But again, this is an interesting election. As you see here, again, Biden is leading the Electoral College with 85 votes over Trump 61. So yeah, that's that. Back to you, Emily and David.
Thank you so much, Grant. I definitely think it is interesting to look back on past elections, but then to kind of reflect on what this election could potentially look like. But we're going to continue a little bit on another on the issues topic, and we're actually going to talk about climate change. So David, can you go over Trump's plans to combat climate change?
Yes, so Trump is planning to continue to maintain the energy independence of America, and so, leaving the Paris Agreement, a part of that was because America was putting forth so much money and investments in other countries, but we weren't receiving the same fair amounts in returns. So with Trump's Environmental Protection Agency, we've reappealed Obama's Clean Power Plan, and by this, we've still been able to continue to decrease emissions while still maintaining our energy independence.
Right. It is interesting. I mean, the Paris Agreement, its central aim, according to the United Nations, was just to strengthen the global response altogether to respond to climate change. But obviously, Trump did say that there was, a lot of spending going on, and there was a big cost to that. But Biden's point is that he would want to rejoin the Paris Agreement, but he thinks simply rejoining is not enough. He wants to rejoin on day one, and he wants to just kind of convene another Climate World Summit and reinforce tons of different international agreements and kind of look back into the Montreal Protocol. And he just wants to kind of just re-advise that whole entire plan. So what do you think Republicans are going to say to that idea?
I think the biggest thing we have to say is that, Joe Biden has been so wishy-washy on all these topics. He had the new Green Deal in his own website, and they denied it, and that's what they were debating, the whole vice presidential debate, And so that is a huge thing. Joe Biden has stated that they're not going to get rid of fracking, yet he's openly and several times admitted on camera that they will get rid of fracking, which will get rid of a whole chain of jobs for American people. That's millions of jobs lost. And so if we're going on with the Green New Deal, it will cost approximately $50 trillion over the next 10 years. And Congresswoman AOC has stated that as much as $93 trillion will go into this plan. So I'm not inclined to trust Joe Biden's word as he's going wishy-washy in all these different deals. So if he truly believed that the Paris Agreement were so phenomenal, why wouldn't he rejoin it?
That's a good point. I mean, I think one thing that I found very interesting was that Rich Fitzgerald, who is a Democrat and a county executive in Pennsylvania's Allegheny County, he said Biden expressed his views in an inarticulate way on the debate stage, but Trump also, his efforts were capitalized on a desperation of play. So I think a lot of people in the political world are just, it's a hard topic to really get a grasp of what's really going on. But as for the Green New Deal, kind of going back to that, I know that one of the plans, one of the major key points, it says, according to InsideClimateNews.org, was the call for all cars sold in the U.S. to be electric by 2035. There was going to be more jobs added, a civilian conservation corps, investments in infrastructure, cleanup of abandoned mines, tax credits to spur more manufacturing of clean energy. What are those points to the Republican Party?
So what I want to add to that is, yes, the idea is at what, 2050, correct?
2035
2035,
would be for some
excuse me, for some parts, yes. I believe it was 2050 was the full amount where they were headed to. So to go off that, yes, it would create awesome jobs in the electrical industry. But what about all the older Americans who have been engineers all their lives? We're going to put millions out of the workforce. That's millions and millions across the board. And besides the fact Trump's deal here, though he may not be as strong as Joe Biden on this policy, all right, the thing is that we are an independent country. He's bringing an average of $2,500 back to the United States average household. Now, over the years and over this whole course of the plan, it is estimated that an average of $600,000 will be taken away from households to fund this Green Deal.
Those are good points. I mean, it's very interesting, but I do want to point to this one quote that I found on the AP News. It was saying that polling by the Associated Press, the NORC Center of Public Affairs and Research, and the Energy Policy Institute at the University of Chicago, it shows that a majority of Americans acknowledge people are causing global warming, and they link global warming to worsening natural disasters. So it shows that this is heavy on people's hearts. It's an important topic. It's an important problem. But to that, I think there's a bipartisan. It's hard to find that bipartisan agreement on what's the next step.
Absolutely.
It's tough.
And it's really hard to find because it's so difficult because scientists are back and forth. There's such polarity to it. We've created a political agenda. This isn't something that should be political. Science has been back and forth. There are many that agree, there are many that don't, so it's really hard to say. But what I can say is that America, as the leading first world country with the lowest emissions in the whole world for a first world country, we have, we are now, there's a quote from Trump, we are now the #1 producer of oil and natural gas anywhere in the world. We are independent and we do not need the Middle East oil. So not only anything like that, we are just bringing money back into your pockets. Remember when Obama was president and we almost had gas prices reaching up to $4? We're sitting at $2 now. We're looking to go lower. And so what are you voting for? Are you going to vote for someone that is going to put money in your pocket or out of it? I think it comes to that.
Right. I think just on both sides, it's definitely an interesting topic of discussion. But I do know that Biden is saying that this climate action that he wants to take is going to be initiated in his first 100 days, he claims. And it's definitely something that I find very interesting. There's a lot of steps to be taken with that, and I do think that the Green New Deal is another part of it. It's also getting a lot of support from Senator Ed Markey as well as AOC, so it should be interesting.
Mm-hmm. And I just want to say, it's a huge step to take in the first 100 days to get this deal signed. And the focus, again, is there's a lot of science that likes to claim that. There's a lot of science that likes to claim it doesn't affect. And so the biggest thing is, what's the focus in these next, because this is what going to affect the future, your first 100 days, what are you going to do? Are you going to set up a plan that is going to, help way hundreds of years in the future? Or are you going to focus on the issues that are right now facing our nation?
Right. It's very interesting altogether, but I think it might be time for us to send it over to a break, so we will be right back after these messages. I thought one of you put your arm. I thought one of you went like this.
I'll have the langoustine lobster ravioli.
For you, sir?
The original call was for langoustine ravioli. Langoustine is a tiny kind of lobster. Slight shellfish allergy rules that out. Plus, my wife ordered the langoustine. I will have chicken tenders and tater tots.
If you're a ref, you way over-explain things. It's what you do. If you want to save 15% or more on car insurance, you switch to Geico.
Sir, we don't have tater tots.
It's what you do.
I will have nachos.
Sheets run and done. Sheets run and done.
Welcome to Freddy's. What can we get started for you?
I haven't had a carb in 3 weeks, and if I have one more sip of a kale smoothie, I need a Freddy's Original double with cheese, fries, and a turtle sundae. Please.
Coming right up.
If you're gonna be bad, it better be good. Being bad never tasted this good.
Bring it on.
Freddy's, the experience that puts a smile on your face and the taste that brings you back.
I'll have the langoustine lobster ravioli.
For you, sir?
The original call was for langoustine ravioli. Langoustine is a tiny kind of lobster. Slight shellfish allergy rules that out. Plus, my wife ordered the langoustine. I will have chicken tenders and tater tots.
If you're a ref, you way over-explain things. It's what you do. If you want to save 15% or more on car insurance, you switch to Geico.
Sir, we don't have tater tots.
It's what you do.
I will have nachos.
It takes less than 1 minute to find out if you may have prediabetes. You can do it here. But you probably won't. You're busy. Kids, work, show coming back in 48 seconds. So let's do this now. Hold up one finger if you're a man, women, 0. 3 more fingers if you're over 60, 2 over 50, 1 over 40. If you're not sure, keep in mind you're sitting on a couch right now, so 1 more finger if you're not very active. 1 finger if yes, 0 if no. 1 yes, 0 no. Next, find the body type that looks most like you and hold up that many fingers while I look around awkwardly. And that's it. If you're holding up 5 fingers or more, you probably have prediabetes. Sorry to be so blunt, but hey, you're busy. Just go to the site.
Sheets run and done. High Point University is focused on preparing students for the world as it is going to be. There's a growth mindset in our institutional DNA. So while our campus growth is impressive, the true relevance lies in how HPU creates an innovative learning environment that fosters the entrepreneurial spirit in the minds, in the hearts, and in the souls of our students. This is High Point University. Extraordinary.
Welcome to Freddy's. How are you guys doing?
Meetings. Lunch meetings all week, all salads.
Bean salads.
Quinoa salads.
Heirloom salads.
Frisee salads.
Sometimes a guy needs a Freddy's Original Double, Chicago Dog, and a turtle sundae.
Make that 2, please.
3.
Absolutely.
If you're gonna be bad, it better be good. Being bad never tasted this good. Freddy's, the experience that puts a smile on your face and the taste that brings you back.
Musco Lighting. We make it happen.
Thank you, Thomas. That's right, Ethan.
Welcome to Freddy's. How are you guys doing?
Meetings.
Lunch meetings all week, all salads.
Bean salads.
Quinoa salads.
Heirloom salads.
Frisee salads.
Sometimes a guy needs a Freddy's Original Double, Chicago Dog, and a turtle sundae.
Make that 2, please.
3.
Absolutely.
If you're gonna be bad, it better be good. Being bad never tasted this good. Freddy's, the experience that puts a smile on your face and the taste that brings you back.
Welcome back to HPU Elections Night Special. I'm Thomas Hart.
And I'm Joe Moronsky. As we reach 9 o'clock on the East Coast, 156 electoral college votes are up for grab as 14 states have just closed their polls. Those states being Arizona, Colorado, Kansas, Louisiana, Michigan, Minnesota, Nebraska, New Mexico, New York, North Dakota, South Dakota, Texas, Wisconsin, and Wyoming.
Yeah, an interesting one that you mentioned right there is Michigan. This is a key state that they have been looking at very hard, one that usually leans Democratic, but one that both, Vice President Joe Biden and President Donald Trump have spent a lot of time in just the past few days, as we've seen both them visit multiple states over just the past 48 hours. So definitely something interesting to look at. Also, kind of recently in the news, the state of Georgia, and more specifically the city of Atlanta, will be delaying up to 4 hours of their polls due to a water main break that happened inside of a polling location. And just a reminder, that's 10% of the population of Atlanta, or 10% of the population of Georgia. So you cannot call the state of Georgia without Atlanta.
No, that's a huge hit. Atlanta having a largely Democratic majority to be added to that point. A water main break is definitely one of those things that was not expected, but the most 2020 that it gets. We also have Arizona and Wisconsin up for grabs in this next set that just closed, both two key states to be looking for. We have two states in that blue wall that Biden really needs to get back, being Michigan and Wisconsin. If he doesn't get those two back, it's going to be a tough night for him. We can wait and see at this point, but we're going to hope that those results start to come in quickly so we can bring them to you.
Well, that's what I've been, that's what we've been trying to hit on all night, is that, in my opinion, if Donald Trump loses the state of Florida, if he loses the state of North Carolina, Georgia, or even Pennsylvania, I think, it's a very tough road to 270. There's a road there, but it's a very tough one to get to.
Definitely. We were talking before we came on about how if Trump does lose one of those big states, we might not know who wins tonight, but we might know that Biden wins. If he wins one of those key states, we might know he wins. We might not know if President Trump wins, but if former Vice President Biden gets one of those key states, things might take a turn.
Yeah, Florida especially, one of the highest polling states you look at when it comes to electoral college votes. It's one that more recently, I believe in the past decade, no president has won the presidency without winning the state of Florida. And same that goes with Ohio. I believe with Ohio, it's even the modern era, that no president has not won the state of Ohio and won the presidency. So it's one of those weird things that you look at when you look at the presidency. So it's one of those weird things you look at when you look at the presidency, is that sometimes those key counties, sometimes those key states that really you kind of almost predict the future with.
Exactly, 100%. And more importantly, as Florida's votes come in, the panhandle really played a key role in this election. Florida starting out blue as we were getting in a lot of those votes. And as soon as those panhandle districts came in, it quickly switched to red. It's still neck and neck there, but it really shows you how big of a difference just a few election districts in one specific geographic region can make.
Yeah. And that's what I mean, especially when you look at Florida. President Trump in 2016, we're actually getting some news right now that Donald Trump has won the state of Ohio, and that this, more importantly, the area of North Carolina, Raleigh, North Carolina, the state's capital, has gone blue. So those are two huge swings, like we were just talking about. That even if the state of North Carolina, even if the state of North Carolina goes blue, there's a chance to 270 for Donald Trump, but it's a very tough road to get there.
Yeah, it definitely is, and it's one of those things we'll have to be watching for as time goes on to see what comes next. Ohio was one of those safe bets, but Biden won Raleigh. We were just receiving word he did win Raleigh. So, it's going to be a huge thing for us to pay attention to all across the state. That's can be a very big indicator, with Charlotte being one of the huge indicators of the state, having a huge pull on where the state goes. Raleigh is also one of those indicators.
So now let's head over to Ethan Smith, who talked to students on campus to get a little poll on what they think is going to turn out with this 2020 election.
Thank you, Thomas. That's right. Ethan on the Street is back for his last segment, and this time I'm going to be asking the big question: who's going to win the presidential election? Is HPU leaning red or blue? Let's find out. Do you have a prediction for who's going to win the main election?
That's an interesting question. I mean, I think that I think Biden's got a strong lead, but polls have shown inaccuracy back in 2016. So to just have an answer, I think Joe Biden's going to win.
Trump.
I think Biden's gonna win just because of, like, I feel like people are seeing now that Trump can't really run the country, and he's making more problems than like solutions. So I'm thinking Biden mostly.
Trump.
Trump.
100% Trump. If he loses, it's gonna be detrimental.
Maybe Biden, but I think it could go either way.
No, not right now. It could go either way.
If you had to pick.
Probably Biden.
All right, awesome. How about you?
I think it could go either way, but I prefer Biden.
I'm not really sure. I'm hoping Trump will kind of pull through, but I'm not totally sure yet.
I like to think Biden might win, but I think everything's been so kind of changing so quickly over time that at this point, who knows?
I would have to say probably Trump because of the silent majority, but honestly, I think at this point, I'm not really sure. It could go either way.
I would hope Trump, but we'll see.
To be honest, I think it could go either way. I really don't know.
It's kind of 50-50 right now.
It's really close right now, but if I had to say Biden,
Personally, I think Trump's gonna win, but that's just my opinion. Donald Trump. I think Joe Biden is gonna win, just because there's been a lot of people supporting him on like the media and stuff. So I think other people will follow suit and feel like that's the right thing to do. Trump.
That was a pretty good mix of predictions, but unfortunately, that's all the time that we have. Thank you so much for tuning into these Ethan on the Street segments. Be sure to tune in to the rest of the Election Night Special for constant and breaking updates.
Thanks, Ethan. We just got word, New York.
New York is going to Biden. That's one of those safe states for the Biden campaign. Pretty much always blue, but it is official. It is going to Biden.
Yeah, no true surprise there. Obviously, one of those segments that not one of those segments, goodness, one of those states that will always go blue for quite some time until we see a huge change.
Well, we're going to head over to our first On the Issues segment. We're going to head over to Marlena Hope, who is a Hollywood screenwriter. She got the chance to sit down with Riley Mannion to talk about some of her newest projects. Riley?
Thanks, guys. Today, I'm excited to be joined by Marlena Hope, a Hollywood screenwriter and co-founder of Suffrage Over Silence, a group dedicated to educating potential voters on mail-in voting options in their states. Marlena, welcome. How are you?
Hi, I'm well. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, of course. So tell us a little bit about yourself and what you do professionally.
Right. So when I am not running this group, I'm a TV writer and worked on a bunch of different shows. Probably Grey's Anatomy would be the one your audience probably would have heard of. And then I'm developing other things to hopefully sell in the future. So that's what I'm doing when I'm not doing this. But right now, Hollywood's pretty shut down. So I've had their losses are, I guess, our gain. I've had some more time to devote to this project during the pandemic.
That's awesome. So what motivated you to create Suffrage Over Silence this past summer? And how did you go about growing your reach across the country so rapidly?
Yeah, it was a little bit of inspiration, a little bit of magic, I think. So following the murder of George Floyd, a lot of my friends were obviously very affected by that and very moved by that. And a lot of my friends are socially active, politically active, and we've had a lot of marching to do in the last few years. We've gone to LAX, we've gone to a lot of things, and trying to help and support people. And volunteerism is very big within my, community as well. And so one of my friends, Noelle, said, I want to do something. I want to do something active. And so she kind of put a call out to a bunch of our friends, and we got on a Zoom call. She used to work for the NAACP, so we were able to get someone to join us from the NAACP who kind of talked to us about different ways that we can help in various areas. And she knew that I have an interest in elections and voting, and that I've been very active in that in the past. And so she said, I want you to run the Election and Voting Center, or a group. And I said, okay. great, whatever that means. And then there were some other groups that were going to do some other issues. But after a couple months, she said, you know, really, if we don't make some changes in who's in leadership, none of this other stuff can get done anyway. Right. So let's put all of our efforts behind the voting group. And so I looked and I really wanted to find an area that related to elections and voting that I felt like there was a pothole that we could patch, you know, somewhere there was like a gap in knowledge. And I helped my mom register to vote by mail for the primary in Missouri, which is where I grew up. And it was unnecessarily complicated. And I thought, if it's this complicated in Missouri, but then it's so easy in California, what else is going on out there? Mm-hmm. And I could tell that vote by mail was going to be a big part of this election because I could just tell where we were as a planet. Mm-hmm. And there wasn't really a website that was just dedicated to vote by mail. And so we got a group together and we just educated ourselves and built everything from the ground up. The social media, we posted our first post and it was these pie charts, which hopefully you can show. And we got 1.3 million verified views.
Oh my gosh, that's insane.
On Instagram. And that doesn't even account for all the people that are just like screen sharing it and whatever. Apparently it was all over TikTok and I'm on TikTok. So like, I don't even know. And I think it just struck a nerve. Like it was basically, my thought was heading into this election, everyone was talking about, well, how are we going to change people's minds? How are we going to change people's minds? How are we going to get people who voted for Trump to vote for Biden and whatever? And I thought that is the wrong conversation to be having, because what we're missing is 100 million people didn't vote last time who were eligible to vote. Mm-hmm. That's the conversation. Yeah. And I think it really shined a light on that.
Yeah, that's so amazing. And I think that if there's any time for this to happen, like any election, it's now. So it's just so awesome that you guys are doing that. And I think that it definitely is working. I know that the number of mail-in ballots this year are like much higher than any other years previously. So it's just like a super cool organization. So that's so awesome. But what is the mission of Suffrage Over Silence, and why is it so important for voters to be aware of mail-in options?
I think, you know, I've voted in California and I voted in Illinois. So when I went to college in Illinois, so I was a college voter in Illinois and then I moved here. And, you know, we vote on Tuesday because we used to be a farm country. Mm-hmm. You know, like we have a weird system. We have 50 different states trying 50 different things to make it difficult or easy, right? You know, to vote. And the truth is, I was shocked to learn, even following politics as much as I do, I didn't really understand that 5 states vote entirely by mail.
Oh, wow.
And have for a while.
Oh, I didn't know that either.
And people there love it.
Mm-hmm.
And they just have drop boxes all over the place and you just drop it off. And then by election day, you just sit at home. And it doesn't matter if it rains or snows or you get sick or you can take time off work or not, you're done. Mm-hmm. It's on your schedule. And I just think it's something that I've done a lot of research on this, and it's safe. It's not fraud. It's not, it would be so difficult for somebody to fake a vote. It's it's barcodes and like here, like my envelope came, like it's so, there are so many security measures that I just think we should make it easy for everybody to vote however they need to vote. You know, the whole military votes by mail.
Yeah.
Donald Trump votes by mail.
Right.
You know, everyone internationally, you know, all of our voters abroad vote by mail. I just think it's, and I just think it's not fair. And I think it could be more fair, and who doesn't want more people to vote? You know, who doesn't want everybody who is allowed to vote to vote? That's my.
Yeah, I agree. And I think that like all of the different options, like voting by mail and early voting, I did early voting this year. And I just think that if those options weren't presented, like there might have been something that come up on election day and I wouldn't have been able to vote. And I was lucky enough to change my voting state to North Carolina because it's a swing state.
Yes.
So I was lucky enough to do that, but like, God forbid something happens on November 3rd and I wasn't able to go and vote, then my vote wouldn't have been able to be casted. So like just the mail-in options and early voting, I think are just so beneficial and able to get everybody's voices heard, which is so awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, but speaking of North Carolina, it's one of the most contested swing states in the country this election cycle. How do you think absentee and mail-in voter participation is going to affect the outcome of the election?
I mean, you guys, if I'm not mistaken, I think you also have a Senate seat and a governor's race. So you have like, you know, I don't think there are maybe 3 states like that. Like you guys are really like a swing. I think you're the only swing state with 3, you know, big races like that.
Yeah.
I think that, you know, North Carolina definitely made it easy for everyone to be able to vote by mail if that's what they wanted to do. They have early vote days. We've seen such incredible numbers in this vote early either in person or by mail. And I think it's really gonna be I would guess that it's gonna be over half of the total.
Yeah.
And it's never approached that in any state.
I agree. So my last question for you is about your awesome organization. So where can voters go to learn more about these options for future elections? And how would you recommend college students to advocate for this important issue?
Yeah. You know, it's interesting. I was thinking about college voters. And the crazy thing about college voters is you're really only a college voter in one presidential election. You know, everybody who's a college voter this time probably didn't vote in 2016 because they weren't old enough. And everybody who's going to be a college voter in 2024 is in high school right now. And so the thing about being a college voter is it's kind of like carrying the Olympic torch. You know, you kind of have to build this infrastructure and have this institutional knowledge within your institution that you can then pass down. And it's about making primaries and midterm elections important as well, because you know, there's this whole sense of like, oh, I'm just not really into politics. I'm like, do you like roads?
Yeah.
You know, do you like airports?
Right. Right.
I just think that there's this sort of sense about what politics is that I hope is changing. And that people find a way to get involved and care about it and, you know, look at all their options. And I think that, you know, the other thing I would say is if you care about something, you know, Suffrage Over Silence is like such a good example. We're just 10 people. We're just 10 people who didn't work in politics, but really wanted to do something about this election. And, you know, I think we've made in our own way a little different, you know, like our pie charts, you know, the Biden administration made their own version of it's our pie chart, you know, like we're changing the conversation. We're changing the way that people are thinking about eligible voters who didn't vote. And you just never know how something like that is going to catch on. That growth was completely organic. And you just don't know the ways that you're going to affect people. You don't know, you know, I had a conversation with my grandmother this morning who's in her 90s and we were talking about politics, you know, and you just don't know the people you're going to affect. You don't know what you're going to change. And it's just so important for as many people as are eligible to be involved.
I agree. Well, Marlena, thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us today. It was really interesting to hear everything about your organization and just to see how much of an impact you've made. And from coast to coast, voter turnout is critical. So again, we thank you for the valuable work that you're doing.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, of course. It was so great talking to you. And Thomas and Joe, back to you guys.
Welcome back. We had a bit of a miscommunication when it came to Ohio. We said Ohio went red. Right now, Ohio is still not called. Where it's kind of leaning more blue is what we're hearing, but no real report on that yet.
Yeah, most notably Cincinnati is leaning very, very blue. And that's a key indicator for how the rest of Ohio might lean. Also, according to Fox News, Colorado has given their Electoral College votes to Joe Biden. And according to the New York Times, the Electoral College standings right now, Biden has 119 votes and President Trump has 94.
Yeah, so with that, we're going to keep on the issue segments. Joe and I are going to bring you a fair and unbiased view of what each candidate stands for. This time, we're going to be talking about education.
Yeah, education obviously is a very important issue, especially for all of you college students out there watching. You know, how does this affect us? What does this mean for us? Most notably, on former Vice President Biden's education plan, public colleges, HBCUs, and minority-serving institutions will be free for families making under $125,000 a year.
Yeah, so I'm going to be completely upfront when we talk about education. I don't necessarily agree with both sides of the party, both sides of the aisle on this. It's a very interesting topic when it comes to these two, but something that I just don't see positives from both sides. I see some negatives from both sides, creating a pretty fair thing. And on the topic of HBCUs, that's something President Donald Trump has really hit hard on during his time, was making sure he signed an executive order in February 2017 to promote innovation and a little bit more funding towards HBCUs to really bring that back in. He wants to really make it more popular among the Black community.
Yeah, definitely. And another interesting fact that definitely affects us as college students, liberals have been calling for a cancellation of all student debt. Joe Biden thinks that's unrealistic, like many other Republicans, and is calling for a $10,000 cancellation of student debt. So any person who has student debt will have $10,000 canceled from it, which is a huge thing, especially for college students like us right now.
Yeah, that's something I think that so many people get turned off when they think about the Democratic Party. They think about free education, free university, and I think a lot of people get turned off by that fact because right now, only 1/3 of Americans are getting a college degree. And it's becoming more and more prominent in a lot of these industries that you don't need a degree. You don't. And it's becoming more of a ticket or a piece of paper rather than an actual education. And that's something I think a lot of people, when they think about the Democratic Party, they think of Bernie Sanders and his stance on free education. And although I believe education should be reduced, I don't think free education is the answer to the problem. Now, like you said, Joe Biden doesn't stand for free education. He stands for limiting the education. On the other side of things, for President Donald Trump, he really really went further on the Every Student Succeeds Act. Now, this is the ESSA, something that Joe Biden and President Obama at the time had written this act, but Donald Trump, it was kind of put in Donald Trump's hands to really put it forward. Something that they did, they really have spent a lot of time on. Him and Betsy DeVos have spent an exorbitant amount of time working on this. And this is an add-on to the ESEA Act that was written in 1965, signed by Lyndon B. Johnson, which was to prioritize elementary and secondary education for all students.
You know, that's a huge component. Growing up, all these students should have access to young education. You know, college is one story, but being able to go to kindergarten and pre-K is a huge thing. And on former President Joe Biden's platform, he's calling for universal pre-K, which is a huge thing, especially for minority communities who often struggle. And this isn't just childcare. You know, this is setting these young children up for the rest of their lives. Pre-K is a huge thing that sadly in this country, a lot of people don't have access to for no other reason than their financial situation. We are putting these kids in terrible situations where their parents are left with a choice of, do I bring my kid to pre-K or do I put food on the table? And that should not be the case. So Joe Biden advocates for universal pre-K, which could be a huge step in the right direction for this country.
That's exactly right. Now, when it comes to 2020, obviously the COVID-19 pandemic, student loans were a very interesting topic. It was a very hot topic among, obviously, us and among a lot of America. And that thought was, a lot of students chose not to go to school, not to go back to school, take a gap year, take a gap semester rather. But something President Donald Trump made sure to make a note of was that student loans would be halted through 2020, and this would not affect interest. So making sure that, to really limit the amount that these companies can, really put their foot forward and put their foot on, on someone and say, pay up. And that's, I think, it was the right move. It's maybe a move not everyone agrees with, but in that case, halting loans through the rest of this year is something that I think so many people needed, and it's something that's so beneficial to college students.
Yeah, and that's one of those bipartisan issues that we see so many legislators and representatives from both sides of the aisles advocating for. And that's what we need more of. We need these people to sit down and have those conversations in DC.
Invest in the kids.
In the states. Yep. Invest in the students, the kids, because those are your future. Besides the financial aspect of education, college students often rely on Title IX for protections. The Obama administrations had a 53-page document of guidelines. The Trump administration's guidelines are 2,033 pages. That's a huge thing. And realistically, it makes these victims' ability to figure out what their rights are much harder. They limited the definition of sexual harassment, and now it's the victim's responsibility to avoid the assailant. Whereas in the past, if I was the victim and had to take a class with my assailant, it was the assailant's responsibility to avoid me. Now the victim has to make sacrifices because of the actions of somebody else.
I think it's a great point. And when you really think about it, you look at those two and you're like, all right, well, if the Trump administration had over 2,000 pages and the Obama administration only had 53, you would naturally think the Trump administration's was better because it was more thorough. But in that case, it was that exact reason. It was so thorough that it was allowing, it was really, just almost changing for what Title IX stood for. And it's so detrimental to so many people.
It truly did. It changed what the protections are, what the definitions are. And you have lawyers working for institutions to help these students who were assaulted. And now they have to go through and relearn an entire 2,000-page document.
Yeah, I mean, when you think of Title IX just for us, I mean, this was, when we came on the campus of 5 Point University, that welcome week, that was a 3-4 hour class that you sat through that first few days about Title IX.
Plus a course online.
Exactly. It was not something that was taken as a joke. It was something very serious. I'm very thankful for that, but as we look at this administration right now, you wonder, okay, where is this going? And it's something that's very worrying. If there is another 4 years, you wonder where it's going to go, where it's going to go in the next 4.
It is, and it's one of those things that debates have spurred across the nation about. One of those policies that came out of the Department of Education, headed by Betsy DeVos, as you mentioned earlier, and she has been controversial to say the least. Very school choice oriented, which, that's one thing. But as the son of a public education teacher, I've seen how hard our public education teachers work for so little pay. And Betsy DeVos has just undermined that completely by saying, well, just go to a private school, you'll get a better education anyway. That shouldn't be where we're at.
As the son of another public educator, I know exactly how you feel. So, thank you so much. This was a very, I think, informative conversation for a lot of people. But we'll be right back after these messages.
High Point University is focused on preparing students for the world as it is going to be. There's a growth mindset in our institutional DNA. So while our campus growth is impressive, the true relevance lies in how HPU creates an innovative learning environment that fosters the entrepreneurial spirit in the minds, in the hearts, and in the souls of our students. This is High Point University. Extraordinary.
Welcome to Freddy's. How are you guys doing?
Meetings.
Lunch meetings all week, all salads.
Bean salads.
Quinoa salads.
Heirloom salads.
Frisee salads.
Sometimes, guy needs a Freddy's Original Double, Chicago Dog, and a Turtle Sundae.
Make that 2, please.
3.
Absolutely.
If you're gonna be bad, it better be good. Being bad never tasted this good. Freddy's, the experience that puts a smile on your face and the taste that brings you back.
I'll have the langoustine lobster ravioli.
For you, sir? The original call was for langoustine ravioli. Langoustine is a tiny kind of lobster. Slight shellfish allergy rules that out. Plus, my wife ordered the langoustine. I will have chicken tenders and tater tots.
If you're a ref, you way over-explain things. It's what you do. If you want to save 15% or more on car insurance, you switch to Geico.
Sir, we don't have tater tots.
It's what you do.
I will have nachos.
Sheets run and done.
It takes less than 1 minute to find out if you may have prediabetes. You can do it here. But you probably won't. You're busy. Kids, work, show coming back in 48 seconds. So let's do this now. Hold up one finger if you're a man, women, 0. 3 more fingers if you're over 60, 2 over 50, 1 over 40. If you're not sure, keep in mind you're sitting on a couch right now, so 1 more finger if you're not very active. 1 finger if yes, 0 if no. 1 yes, 0 no. Next, find the body type that looks most like you and hold up that many fingers while I look around awkwardly. And that's it. If you're holding up 5 fingers or more, you probably have prediabetes. Sorry to be so blunt, but hey, you're busy. Just go to the site.
Welcome to Freddy's. What can we get started for you?
I haven't had a carb in 3 weeks, and if I have one more sip of a kale smoothie, I need a Freddy's Original double with cheese, fries, and a turtle sundae. Please.
Coming right up.
If you're gonna be bad, it better be good. Being bad never tasted this good.
Bring it on.
Freddy's, the experience that puts a smile on your face and the taste that brings you back.
Musco Lighting. We make it happen.
Thanks for joining us on our election special. I'm Thomas Hart.
And I'm Joe Moronsky.
Well, while we were away, a lot of stuff started coming in. Joe Biden currently leading Texas by 0.3%. That's with 63% reporting.
Yeah, absolutely mind-blowing right now. It is definitely a close race in Texas. It keeps flipping back and forth, though, between the two of them, and we will see where that one ends up. In North Carolina, Democrats are leading across the board. In the Senate race, everywhere. Democrats are leading in North Carolina, period, end of story. Tillis has closed his deficit, and now he's only behind by 50,000 votes. So that is definitely a close one we want to keep an eye out for.
Yeah, so Cal Cunningham, Roy Cooper right there leading in North Carolina. It looks like on the other side of things, Biden has taken New Mexico and has the lead in Pennsylvania. if we're looking at this right now, if Biden wins Texas, I mean, if Biden wins Texas, I would almost consider it throw in the white flag.
Yeah.
That's it. But in the other side of things, if Biden wins Pennsylvania, that's a huge swing state. That's one that if he wins, once again, I keep saying there's that path to 270, but it's narrowing down for Donald Trump.
It really is, unexpectedly. And very interesting, in exit polls, Biden won most voters who either voted third party or didn't vote at all in 2016. So that is a huge showcase that people not only are coming to the polls this year to vote, but they're not sending their vote to a third party. Joe Jorgensen behind. Biden it's so far looking like he's having a good night.
We knew people would show up. We just didn't know to what extent. And it is clear that people have shown up. It is very early, but people have shown up in record numbers just this far. Earlier today, I was able to sit down with Lee Haywood and discuss his running for U.S. Senate.
We're just one day until the 2020 election. I'm excited to be joined by Lee Haywood, Republican nominee to represent North Carolina's 6th district in the United States Congress. Unfortunately, we're not able to do this in person, but we're able to do it over Zoom. So welcome, Lee, and thank you for being here.
Thank you for having me.
So to start off, what are some issues you think are especially important to voters during this election cycle?
Well, I would say the number one issue is public safety, and for people being comfortable being safe in their own homes, as was demonstrated earlier in the year with the horrific, killing of George Floyd and the ensuing riots that took place afterwards, the violent riots and the destruction and violence that ensued. That woke some people up, and for good or bad, we need to address obviously the race problems that still exist in our country, unfortunately. But we also need to address the fact that there are people that are out to destroy our way of life and the way we live. And I find it unfortunate. That's probably one of the main issues. And of course, economic development, with the pandemic, I know you're probably going to talk about that later, but obviously that's a huge concern as well. But public safety is probably near the top, and then economic stability probably would be another. Those are my top, I'd say top two.
So one of the changes we've seen, obviously, with the COVID-19 pandemic is not being able to do interviews like these, in person. But what are some of the other changes you guys have had to make to your campaign?
Oh, good Lord. Well, we had to go to social media almost 100%. Little videos that you run here or there on Google, on Facebook. Fundraising was almost non-existent. In a normal campaign, you're in front of people, or try to be in front of people, the big hitters, the heavy donors, and that just didn't happen. They were scared to see people like everyone else. They didn't want to get together and be exposed to to COVID-19. So I'd say fundraising was a major problem. Now my opponent, she's rich and she didn't have to worry about that. She could self-fund her campaign. But little guys like me, people like me that are running, that still have a job, still have a mortgage to pay, we're at a severe disadvantage, and still are, it was very hard to raise money and or get in front of voters. Nobody was getting together for forums. It went to Zoom forums, but they're fine. Zoom is good, but it's nothing like being in front of people and shaking their hand and looking them in the eye and letting them get a feel for you. So, just these little video snippets that we were able to get out on Facebook and Twitter and that sort of thing, that was basically the way we had to go. But it still is no substitute for being one-on-one with a voter. So it's been an unusual year for that. And there again, everybody had to go through it. All candidates had to go through it, but the candidates that had money were at a supreme advantage over the ones that did not. I'll tell you that right now. Yeah.
So what advice do you have for college students really looking to get into politics and get involved in their local community?
I'd say jump right on in. Whether you're a Democrat or Republican or unaffiliated, get involved with your local organizations, whatever they may be. You're never too young to get involved with, say, Civitas or Kiwanis or, those organizations, the public service organizations. If you don't want to get involved in the political end, start there and see which way you want to go. But I would say don't be hesitant to jump right in, whether you're Democrat or Republican. I didn't, and I regret it now. I've always been politically aware, but I was only became politically active about 10 or 12 years ago with the Tea Party. And when I really got scared for my country, and I wish I had gotten involved earlier, back in my early 20s. There again, I just thought going out and voting was doing my civic duty, and it is. It's important to vote, but you've got to be involved. You got to make a difference. Government belongs to those who show up. And, if you don't like the way this world is going or the way that you're being treated, you can make a difference, but you have to be involved. It's not just going to happen. You're going to have to make it happen. So I would just say, jump right on in, find a niche, whatever you like to do, and just don't hesitate. You'll regret it later if you do.
You say voting is your civic duty, and as we approach the election tomorrow, almost everyone is saying this is the most important election of our generation. If you believe this is true, why?
Well, I would say back in the day, back when I was growing up, we didn't have this kind of hostility between the people on the right and the left. I'll use an example. I'm a Republican, but most of my family are Democrat, and I grew up in a highly Democrat family. But this is not the Democrat Party that they were used to and that I was used to growing up. And the they have gone over to the leftist to the side of the aisle, to the extreme, to the point where they want to take us to the brink of socialism. This is not the way the framers of our country envisioned. The framers of our country were very smart men and women, and knew much more about what could happen if we let our guard down. And if we follow what they wrote, say in the Federalist Papers, or even the Constitution, one of the most perfect documents ever written, we have a clear path and a clear rule book on how to function in this country. The reason the reason America exists to the extent that it does today with its prosperity is because of those principles that they outlined in the Constitution. And to abandon them the way the left wants to, whether you're a Democrat or whatever, let's leave Democrat out. If your leftist leanings want you to veer off of the Constitution, and I'll even take it further, Judeo-Christian values, that is where we start getting in trouble and losing our way. We are on the brink of losing what has made this country great, which is personal accountability and the ability to forge your own path in this country, as opposed to being taken care of. And it's a scary thought. Once we lose it, we never get it back. And America is the last great hope on earth. If we lose America, there's nowhere else for other people to come to escape tyranny and injustice. I have spoken with so many people over the course of this campaign that are so scared from other countries that have come here, Cambodia, China, Venezuela, that have experienced what the left is trying to take us to. And they are praying. I've had many people say they're praying for me to help stop this. And I just don't want to lose the America that I grew up in. And I want to save this country for the young people, the people that are in college now or even younger, to have the same experiences, the same freedoms that I had when I was growing up. That is one of my main objectives when I get to Congress.
Well, Lee, thank you so much for talking to us. We wish you luck in the final hours of your campaign, as just tomorrow the polls open and people will be there. So thank you so much for talking with us.
Thank you very much for having me. And thank y'all for what y'all are doing. I really appreciate it. I'm looking forward to seeing where y'all head off to and what y'all are going to be doing later on in your journeys. I'm looking forward to it.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
We're now just 15 minutes away from 6 more states pulling their close. That would be Idaho, Iowa, Montana, Nevada, Oregon, and Utah. We're moving into mountain time, so that is 21 more electoral college votes up for grabs, and we do have some updates for you on the polls. Out of Pennsylvania, former Vice President Joe Biden is up 22%. That is his birth state. His home state would be Delaware, but he was born in Pennsylvania, and that's a key state for him.
Yeah, we saw him today in Scranton for quite some time this morning in his childhood home. And on the other side of things, Texas right now, nearly a 14,000 vote difference. That's what we last have reported. It is leaning red. It is just barely leaning red. But this is something I don't think a lot of people. I mean, there was talk that Texas has a chance of going blue, but I don't think you would have told me 5 weeks ago that it would be a 14,000 vote difference nearing 10 o'clock on election night.
Yeah, you know, one of the interesting things about Texas is a lot of the polling places are actually in largely Republican areas. The Democrats have to travel far to get to these polling locations, which has been a deterrence for Democrats in the past. But as we've seen across the nation, the Democrats and Republicans are not holding back this year, and they're going all out.
People are showing up to vote. So for the final segment of On the Issue, we are going to cover the economy, something that I would say that Donald Trump makes sure that is his key component when it comes to his platform, and I would say for Joe Biden, it's one of his biggest.
Yeah, you know, early exit polls earlier in the night were showing that 33% of voters said that the economy was their main issue when they were voting, which is a huge teller of possibly how this election is going, but what is on Americans' minds?
Yeah, and that's been something that I think when you look at this election, you've got COVID, you've got racial inequality, you've got so many different things that voters are showing up for, and it's all happened, it seems like, within the past 6 months. Now, if you look more recently, the economy, more recently in the third quarter, was at nearly an all-time high. So 64% of the S&P 500 companies reported better than expected. That's from Market Insider. Now, 86% of them topped earning estimates. That average, usually 73%, that's the highest since 2008. So it is safe to say that right now the economy, under this Trump administration, coming out of COVID, is starting to get back to its peak. And it will be really interesting after the result of this election, how will the stock market play out over the next week or two?
Yeah, you know, it can go one of two ways. It can stay stable, or things can go really good or really bad. And we'll definitely find out, but that is something that has been going on throughout President Trump's term, a lot of stock market growth. And you got to give him, no matter what side of the aisle you're on, you need to give him that point, that the stock market has definitely shown signs of growth. However, it has also had a couple plummets here and there. One of the key plummets being when he announced he was pulling out of the Paris Accord, being a huge climate agreement that sought to tackle numerous issues, including emission mitigation, adaptation, and finance. That is what gets him on that one.
Yeah, I mean, and you're right. We've seen so much growth under the stock market. The stock market, starting to trending towards an all-time high right before the pandemic. Obviously, the drop it had during the pandemic and its slow climb, I would almost say it's a rapid climb back up to the top, and it just keeps going up. This morning, I was very interested to see, waking up and checking stocks and seeing how they were doing in the morning, and it was very green. And I think that was a sign that the stock market felt good about today, which is something that a lot of people were worried. A lot of people were worried that this morning everything was going to be down by 5%. And to close the day, I believe it closed the day just around 3% up. That's a huge indicator that they felt semi-stable. The Americans, people that have invested so much money in the stock market have felt good about today, which is something that we didn't really expect heading into this.
Not at all. I mean, many people pulled their stocks, myself included. I pulled everything I had in there because I just was not sure. And that was the message across the board. People were very unsure. A word that we're hearing a lot from news networks and both the campaigns. But let's talk a little bit about infrastructure. So former Vice President, Joe Biden is looking to do a $1.3 trillion infrastructure bill over the course of 10 years. He seeks to utilize it for clean energy research, modernize our schools, repair our roads, and make our transit systems better. Now, those are all key issues, and we can all agree that those are very important.
Yeah, I mean, it was something as interesting as I saw the other day. When you look at a lot of these European cities, when you look at a lot of the European countries, they heavily rely on trains. They heavily rely on these electric trains and transit throughout the city with subways and whatnot. And when you look at the U.S., obviously the U.S. it's so much bigger, and the way it's spread out is with suburbia and whatnot. It is so different. But you see with some of these places like Detroit specifically that could really benefit more from a public transit option. And really the only big cities you see that in is the big cities. You see it in Chicago, you see it in San Francisco, you see it in New York, and you see it in some others around there. But I think as a country, that is somewhere we need to be headed. We need to be headed more towards a public transit option among these cities, because we've seen that, like you said, electric energy is the future. And that's where we're headed towards. And that's something Donald Trump has not made the biggest effort to go towards, but something I would like to see that we really make an effort and push is for electric renewable energy.
Yeah, 100%. And one of the interesting things about this entire campaign season has been the talk around climate change, especially as it relates to the economy. Joe Biden coming out in one of the debates saying he does not support the Green New Deal, that he does in fact support aspects, but not the entire Green New Deal, which was slightly alarming to some liberals who thought he supported it, and slightly comforting to some Republicans who were nervous that he supported it. Most notably in that, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez of New York, who is the co-author of that bill, was very caught off guard when he said that. But Biden has been working with her throughout the campaign season to discuss some ways that he can use climate change action to grow the economy. And that's one of the key components that I think we need to be talking about, is there's a way to grow jobs, to increase the stock market and increase the economy, and in turn help the climate. One of the issues that we face, of course, is that President Trump does not think climate change is 100% real. So he's not as inclined to help out in that aspect. But that's, again, one of those issues that both sides should come together and work on.
Exactly. Speaking of jobs, you look at COVID-19, unemployment rate was at an all-time high. COVID-19 hit, we've obviously know the information there. We ended up hitting an all-time low, or a lowest point in 50 years. Now, something President Trump will make sure you know is that unemployment was at an all-time high. And that's something I think that we really need to look at when it comes to his presidency, is he has brought jobs back to America. He has made sure these manufacturing jobs in areas like Pennsylvania, in areas like Ohio, in these Rust Belt areas that he is trying to get these votes from, he's bringing these companies back with the help of pay cuts, with the help of tax write-offs. And it's something that's, I think, so important to look at when it comes to his administration, creating nearly 500,000 new jobs. And Hispanic, Asian, and African American unemployment rates were at an all-time high, or at an all-time low, rather, heading into the pandemic.
Yeah, you got to give credit where credit's due. In the first 3 years of his term, he created 6.6 million jobs. Those numbers speak for themselves. You got to give credit where credit's due. I will say with that, one of my favorite slogans from him is buy American, hire American. And that has been something that I think one of the best parts, I always try to find a silver lining. And one of the best parts of his presidency has been this sort of shift in the narrative on both sides of the aisle, with Joe Biden saying at one of the debates, we need to buy American. We need to make American. And that's a huge shift. I vividly remember being in elementary school, and it was Flag Day, and we had the little American flags, and you'd flip it over and it said Made in China.
Made in China.
And we were like, wait a minute, this makes no sense. But that's one of those things that's great that I think both sides of the aisle are now realizing. And on top of that, the COVID-19 pandemic showed that we need to make American as well. We rely on Beijing for a lot of our medical supplies. With the ongoing trade war with China, we need to make sure that we can sustain those medical supplies.
Last thing I want to cover before we head out is the stimulus check. Something that, we look at. We had the first wave of it. It was okay. We got the first wave. When was the second wave? And that was the immediate question. And right now, there is no new information. There's no new information of the stimulus bill, but it does seem that depending on who gets elected over these next few hours, we will, we could see a new stimulus round as soon as a few months from now.
Yeah, that's the hope. One of the biggest holdups, honestly, is that the Democrats want an infrastructure bill tied into that. Republicans don't. And it goes back to our conversation earlier about the infrastructure bill, especially with President Trump saying his infrastructure is going to be, quote, very big and bold.
Yep. The economy is so important to this election, but as this hour wraps up, We are just minutes away from a new round of polls closing. While you'll be stepping away, I'll be here with Riley Mannion, and we will be right back on our coverage of the 2020 election.
We're actually going to send it over to Grant, who is going to go ahead and give us a quick poll update before we take that break with some new information coming in right as we were about to send to break. We want to make sure you stay as informed as possible. We're going to head over to Grant real quick, followed by some short messages.
Yeah, thanks, guys. And as the polls show, projections are showing that Biden currently has a 131 lead over Trump's 94. The swing states are neck and neck right now, with Texas having about a 2-point lead. President Trump having about a 2-point lead in Texas over Vice President Joe Biden right now. Heading over to Florida, President Trump has about a 4-point lead there. 91% of the ballots are reporting. We've been waiting for that other 9% for about a while now. In North Carolina, it is looking pretty close for Joe Biden here. He is leading with only 0.4% of the vote. 86% of precincts have reported in that state. But sources have projected that Biden will take Colorado and New Mexico, some of the swing states, some of the states that were considered swing states earlier in the race this year. Pennsylvania, another swing state, is also very close. Biden having about a 5-point lead, which is looking good for him when you consider the other swing states. But again, Biden is projected to have a 131 electoral lead over President Trump's 94. So that's your poll update for the hour, and back to you guys.
All right, well, like Thomas said, I will be stepping away. I'll be back at the 11 o'clock hour. We're going to go ahead and send it to break, and Riley and Thomas will be back after these short messages.
Point University is focused on preparing students for the world as it is going to be. There's a growth mindset in our institutional DNA. So while our campus growth is impressive, the true relevance lies in how HPU creates an innovative learning environment that fosters the entrepreneurial spirit in the minds, in the hearts, and in the souls of our students. This is High Point University. Extraordinary.
Welcome to Freddy's. How are you guys doing?
Meetings. Lunch meetings all week, all salads.
Bean salads.
Quinoa salads.
Heirloom salads.
Frisee salads.
Sometimes, guy needs a Freddy's Original Double, Chicago Dog, and a Turtle Sundae.
Make that 2, please.
3.
Absolutely.
If you're gonna be bad, it better be good. Being bad never tasted this good. Freddy's, the experience that puts a smile on your face and the taste that brings you back.
Welcome to Freddy's. What can we get started for you?
I haven't had a carb in 3 weeks, and if I have one more sip of a kale smoothie, I need a Freddy's Original Double with cheese, fries, and a turtle sundae. Please.
Coming right up.
If you're gonna be bad, it better be good. Being bad never tasted this good.
Bring it on.
Freddy's, the experience that puts a smile on your face and the taste that brings you back.
Musco Lighting. We make it happen.
Sheets run and done.
I'll have the langoustine lobster ravioli.
For you, sir?
The original call was for langoustine ravioli. Langoustine is a tiny kind of lobster. Slight shellfish allergy rules that out. Plus, my wife ordered the langoustine. I will have chicken tenders and tater tots.
If you're a ref, you way over-explain things. It's what you do. If you want to save 15% or more on car insurance, you switch to Geico.
Sir, we don't have tater tots.
It's what you do.
I will have nachos.
Opiates has taken everything and everyone I've ever loved away from me. Everything. I blew my ankle out and I got prescribed pain pills by my doctor. If making my detox public is gonna help somebody, I'm all for it. I just wish I would have had a warning.
Opioid dependence can happen after just 5 days. Know the truth, spread the truth.
It takes less than 1 minute to find out if you may have prediabetes. You can do it here. But you probably won't. You're busy. Kids, work, show coming back in 48 seconds. So let's do this now. Hold up one finger if you're a man, women, 0. 3 more fingers if you're over 60, 2 over 50, 1 over 40. If you're not sure, keep in mind you're sitting on a couch right now, so 1 more finger if you're not very active. 1 finger if yes, 0 if no. 1 yes, 0 no. Next, find the body type that looks most like you and hold up that many fingers while I look around awkwardly. And that's it. If you're holding up 5 fingers or more, you probably have prediabetes. Sorry to be so blunt, but hey, you're busy. Just go to the site.
Welcome to Freddy's. How are you guys doing?
Meetings.
Lunch meetings all week, all salads.
Bean salads.
Quinoa salads.
Heirloom salads.
Frisee salads.
Sometimes a guy needs a Freddy's Original Double, Chicago Dog, and a Turtle Sundae.
Make that 2, please.
3.
Absolutely.
If you're gonna be bad, it better be good. Being bad never tasted this good. Freddy's, the experience that puts a smile on your face and the taste that brings you back.
Welcome to Freddy's. What can we get started for you?
I haven't had a carb in 3 weeks, and if I have one more sip of a kale smoothie, I need a Freddy's Original Double with cheese, fries, and a turtle sundae. Please.
Coming right up.
If you're gonna be bad, it better be good. Being bad never tasted this good.
Bring it on.
Freddy's, the experience that puts a smile on your face and the taste that brings you back.
Musco Lighting. We make it happen.
Sheets run and done. High Point University is focused on preparing students for the world as it is going to be. There's a growth mindset in our institutional DNA. So while our campus growth is impressive, the true relevance lies in how HBU creates an innovative learning environment that fosters the entrepreneurial spirit in the minds, in the hearts, and in the souls of our students. This is High Point University. Extraordinary.
As we enter the fourth hour of coverage, we've just seen 6 more states, polls closed, those of which Idaho, Iowa, Montana, Utah, Oregon, and Nevada. Thanks for joining us on HPU's Election Night Special. I'm Thomas Hart.
And I'm Riley Mannion. So Thomas, we've gotten results from a few states, including Trump did just win South Carolina. Does anything come as a shock to you from what we've heard so far?
I'll tell you what, the shock of the night was how close Texas was for quite some time. Texas now leaning more red than we've seen. But when you also look at things, I mean, Ohio's red right now. Pennsylvania, it just seems like a toss-up. But Kansas and Wisconsin and Michigan, another 2 where I said Trump and Biden, it's been so much time in the past 48 hours there. Both of those are currently leaning red. So some of these states that were leaning Democrat, that have been Democrat previously, are now kind of shifting back red. And it will be interesting to see, can he hold those leads?
Yeah, and I know with the local elections, Lindsey Graham did just win the Senate seat, as well as Kathy Manning won District 6 over our guest from earlier in the hours, Lee Haywood.
Yeah, Lindsey Graham winning in South Carolina was an interesting one. A lot of people thought there was a chance that the incumbent would be run out of office, but indeed he wins the Senate in South Carolina once again.
Yes, and I know the states that have been a toss-up, Texas, like you said, was a big shock. Pennsylvania and Ohio have been back and forth. They're switching blue and red every few minutes, so I'm interested to see how those are going to play out.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm looking at 2016 right here, Michigan in 2016 was the only state that somewhat, according to this New York Times report, that somewhat leans Democratic that still went Republican. So that is definitely, it's definitely a swing state. That's the definition of a swing state, and something that we will keep an eye on over the next few hours to really get a full glimpse of what is happening in the Great Lake area.
Yeah, and I know the last update for Michigan, Trump was leading with a good amount of percentages compared to the other states.
Yep.
So that swing state might lean to Trump. Like I said, with Pennsylvania, it's back and forth. Right now it's leaning blue, so that Biden can take that state. Ohio the same way. I'm thinking Trump is going to take Ohio, just based off of how the polls have been coming. But back to the local elections, Michael Garrett is up 55% over Sebastian King in the North Carolina Senate District 27 race. So that one's really close. I'm not sure who's going to pull that one off. That's one to keep an eye on.
Yeah, if you look in North Carolina right now, Donald Trump is closing the gap, is what they're saying. It's once again one of those states, I believe, one of those states Donald Trump has to win the re-election. It is a key state, although it only reports, it doesn't report as many electoral college votes as some like Florida and Ohio. It is so important that he wins such a big swing state like North Carolina. He's got to win that. He's got to win Pennsylvania, and he's got to win Florida, I think, to win this re-election.
Right, and I know Trump is gaining a bigger lead in Texas than he was before. He's now up 1.5% over Biden. So it looks like he's continuing to grow there. I don't know if Biden will be able to close that gap in Texas. So Texas might go Trump.
And as we just saw from Grant Hines not too long ago, 131 Biden, 92 is where we stand with the Electoral College. Shifting topics slightly, the Electoral College played a huge role in the last election back in 2016. How do you think that's going to affect this year's results?
So I think that the same states that played a big role in last election, so Florida, Pennsylvania, I think those are the states that are going to be the ones to look at this time. So Florida was leaning red. At this point, it still is leaning red. So that one, Trump basically needs to get, or Biden needs to get 3 states in order to beat Trump. He needs to get 3 of those swing states. So whether it's Ohio, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Florida, whatever it is, if he's able to get Texas, that will come as a huge shock. But Trump winning 3 of those states with the Electoral College votes, that could happen. He could swing that way, but if Biden takes them, it'll go Biden.
Well, something we saw in 2016 was those exit polls. Those exit polls were, had Hillary Clinton with a 75+% chance of winning. Donald Trump obviously upsetting that election, that general election. But you look at North Carolina, 15 Electoral College votes. I can't stress how important I think North Carolina is to Donald Trump. Like I've been saying all night, there's a path to 270 for Donald Trump. But as we look towards Texas, and Texas is such a lock for Republicans. It's if he loses that, you look at the light at the end of the tunnel and it looks nearly shut. I don't see a way Donald Trump wins the election if he loses the state of Texas.
100%, 100%. Well, now that we have results coming in from 6 more states, let's head over to our Electoral College map analyst, Grant Hines, for an update on how the states are looking. Grant?
Yeah, Thomas and Riley, like you guys said, Kathy Manning, Democratic candidate for the 6th district in North Carolina, has won her seat in that district, signaling support for Biden. He is leading by about 0.3%, less than 1% in the state of North Carolina. Just one of the few swing states that he's up in right now. Trump is leading in Texas and Florida right now. Texas, another close state that we're watching. And as polls start to close across the West Coast here, Arizona is leaning towards Biden, and Trump is leaning towards Utah as projected. So that is the poll update for this hour. Hopefully we'll get some more results in soon as polls start to close up on the West Coast. But back to you guys for now.
We just got word that it sounds like North Carolina is virtually tied. It's about under 3,000 votes. When you look at the grand scheme of things, that's a very, very slim margin.
Yes.
But it will be the state that we keep an eye on over the next few hours.
I agree. It's kind of looking like how the whole election was looking in 2016 with how close the votes were. That's how North Carolina is looking. It's back and forth, and the votes are, like you said, just under 3,000. So
we look at, now that we look at this, we look at Texas, who we just got word that Trump is now up by 2% in Texas, kind of starting to create some gap in that margin, something that Trump is going to need to keep himself in the game essentially tonight. And if we look at the polls, or if we look at the Electoral College and you look towards Nevada, I think Nevada is one of those states that could go down kind of like Texas. Nevada is typically a state that swings more Democratic. I think Trump has spent some time there, not as much as he spent in other places, but a place that it could flip. And I think it could catch some people off guard. But it's once again one of those things that Trump's going to need this to win the re-election.
yeah, I agree. And also, like you were saying, with them going to the states, Pennsylvania was a hot spot just a few days before the election.
Yep.
Trump was there, Biden was there, Kamala was there. They were all there trying to campaign, get those Pennsylvania votes, and it's showing because Pennsylvania is back and forth. It's so close, like less than 1 percentage point.
Yeah. And speaking of that, now that you talk about how much they've spent in those states, we're now getting word that Donald Trump is up by 3% in Pennsylvania, which, I mean, that 20 electoral college votes, with probably just around 30% or less coming in on the Pennsylvania side of things. And he's now up by 13% in Michigan, which is another place that Donald Trump has spent a lot of time over the past 72 hours. He has spent in Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania. These guys have been all over the country. But, I mean, being up by that big,
13% is a big
being
gap.
up by 13% in a place that pulls 28 electoral college votes and a place that typically leans blue, that could be a huge upset for Donald Trump.
I agree. I think that Michigan being a swing state, it's one of those swing states like Texas in this election where it's almost a surprise that it's a swing state because Michigan has been blue, like you said.
Yep.
So the 13% lead over Biden is interesting, and I guess you could give it to him spending so much time in Michigan campaigning there.
Yeah, so I mean, I'm looking at 2016 right here. Michigan was separated by 1%, and that was 2016 against Hillary Clinton. In 2012, Obama, Mitt Romney, Michigan wins 54% Democratic, 45% Republican with the electoral college votes. I believe I said 28. That is just completely incorrect. 16 electoral college votes. But something that they've spent so much time. They've campaigns there. It seems like anytime you see a tweet from Joe Biden or Donald Trump, it says Michigan, Michigan, Wisconsin. It's all the same places, but these guys know how important these states are, and hitting a place like Michigan, getting that amount of electoral college votes would just be a huge margin.
Yeah, and I did just get word that Biden is up 10% in Arizona, which is again, a big lead for one that would be considered a swing state.
Yep.
So similar to Michigan, that one, they were campaigning there, both trying to get votes there. So the 10% is a very large gap for him. And then also in local elections, Tom Tillis has taken the lead in his election, which has been back and forth all night.
Yeah, that's been one that, if you watch any local TV, you have seen plenty of Tom Tillis, Cal Cunningham commercials.
everywhere.
So it's definitely an interesting one for us to keep an eye on.
Yes.
Now it's time to head over to Anna Harris, who sat down with one of our professors here at High Point to get his opinions on the election. Anna?
Thank you, Thomas and Riley. So today I am joined by Dr. Brandon Lenore, who's an HPU political science professor and an experienced political strategist. So Dr. Lenore, thank you for joining this segment and welcome to the show.
Well, thank you for having me.
So just tell us a little bit about yourself, like your personal life, and what is some of your political background?
So I got my political start in state politics right after I was an undergraduate. I worked as deputy state controller in the state of Idaho. Shortly after, I was hired by an association in Washington, D.C. to work as their executive director and their lobbyist. So I ran interference between the states and the federal government, making sure that the states could use the internet to provide government service. So I lobbied Congress to make sure they didn't pass laws that inhibited the states from doing that. After 9/11, I jumped into broadcast journalism, where I worked as a political TV anchor and reporter for NBC in Illinois, for CBS in Michigan, covering the state capitol, and then my final market was in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, working for ABC. After a series of covering house fire stabbings and shootings and Ben Roethlisberger in Pittsburgh, I decided to jump back in to school and get my PhD. I went to the University of Pittsburgh to get my PhD in political science, and my emphasis is in political behavior. And I joined the faculty here at High Point University about 6 years ago.
That's awesome. So I just have a couple other questions to ask, like from our team. So North Carolina is obviously a huge swing state, and it's very, very critical to get the vote for this election. Do you think North Carolina will be turning red or blue? Like, what are your predictions?
So it's really, it's a toss-up at this point. High Point, or North Carolina proper, is what we would refer to as a true swing state. The polls that have been leading up to Election Day have shown both Biden and President Trump neck and neck in getting the electoral votes here in North Carolina. Right now, Biden has a slight advantage. And in fact, his advantage has grown to the point where it's slightly outside of what we refer to as the margin of error, which means that if you were a betting person and you were looking for a cue as to who you would bet on winning North Carolina, there's a slight edge that goes to Biden for North Carolina. But it really comes down to who turns out to vote on Election Day. We've had record turnout for early voting here in North Carolina. And if you read the tea leaves, so to speak, and look at who has turned out, Democrats have turned out in higher numbers than Republicans. That would, at least on paper, indicate that Joe Biden has an advantage going into Election Day. If all of a sudden, however, we see a huge swell of Republican voters turn out on Election Day, it could be a battle to win the state of North Carolina.
That's very interesting. I kind of trying to get all my knowledge on like what's going to happen, because I'm very interested to see what's going to happen in North Carolina. So obviously this election is very controversial, I think, to say the least. What do you think are some of the most important issues to voters this year?
Well, clearly the economy, COVID, I mean, those are the two big ones. The fact that the economy came to a screeching halt after the pandemic hit, a lot of people are looking at how their political leaders handled the crisis. And if you gauge the fact that here in North Carolina, President Trump's approval rating, and this is according to the High Point University latest poll, the president's approval rating is sitting in the low 40s. It's hard to get reelected when you have a pandemic going on and the economy's hurting, and his approval rating is showing that here in North Carolina, that a lot of the people are not very pleased with what kind of a job he's doing. So that's going to influence how people vote, and the economy and the COVID crisis are the big issues on people's minds right now.
Gotcha. So I've personally early voted, very excited that I got to get my voice out there in my first general election. And I know many other college students are. How do you think college students are going to shape the results of the presidential and local races in general, and especially with the increase in early voting and campus voting initiatives?
So, unfortunately, historically, the voting bracket of 18 to 25-year-olds tend to vote in lower percentage numbers than any other age group in the United States. This is an interesting election cycle, though, because of everything that's going on with Black Lives Matter and concerns about social disruption and social justice issues. We're seeing that young people are getting more interested in politics than they have in the past. If that translates into votes, then the young voters could actually play a very crucial role in who becomes the next president of the United States. But one thing that we have to remember is young people aren't a monolithic group. There are young Republicans, there are young Democrats, and there's a lot of undecided and independent voters that are in your age group. So it really depends on which direction their vote goes as to what kind of an influence it'll have on this election.
Yes, I think to say the least, you got to expect the unexpected with everything going on, like with 2020 and with the election in general. So those are all the questions that I have. Dr. Lenora, thank you so much for joining us and sharing your insights. Thomas and Riley, back to you.
Thanks, Anna. We're excited to have you join in the next hour. But as we sit just a half hour outside the next round of polls closing, let's talk a little bit more about our electoral map. So currently we sit 131-100, Biden in that favorite, with Trump winning South Carolina. In the other side of things, you look at the House of Representatives, Democrats lead 92-72. But we've got some interesting news about Montana. What is that?
We do. So Montana is actually leaning blue. And like you were saying, in the past two elections, it was very red. We have the percentages. Even though Montana only has 3 electoral college votes, it's interesting to see that a state that's been red for so long is now leaning blue, specifically in an election where they voted for Trump last year.
Yeah, I mean, you look at 2016, I've got the numbers right here, 35% Democrat, 56% Republican. That's a 21% difference when you look at that. On the other side of things, 2012, a 13% difference in Montana, still leaning red. Something to keep an eye on. I don't think Montana's going to go red, but it is something that's interesting to see at those early votes. If the early votes are coming in, how it's shaping out to get to that point.
Yeah, like you were saying, I think that it's interesting to see that Biden's up, but I'm almost sure that he doesn't have that lead to get there.
Yeah, you also look at the North Carolina election. We just got word that this Thom Tillis, Cal Cunningham matchup is getting closer and closer. Something we not necessarily, it is definitely one of the more contested Senate races across the U.S. and one that was being looked at by a lot of major news networks, and something that we're definitely going to keep our eye on in the next few hours.
Yeah, I know. Like I think you were saying, with the controversy that surrounded that race, it's made more national coverage than just North Carolina.
Yeah.
And same thing like we were talking about with Michael Garrett and Sebastian King. That's another election that we need to look out for because it's back and forth. It's super close between them. So I'll be interested to see how that plays out. Yeah,
some of these Senate races, and the House of Representative races, I'm not sure if I said it correctly earlier, 92-72, and the House of Representatives is led by the Republicans. I believe that's what it is right now. But it's something that every 4 years you kind of when you look at the election cycle, it is so dominated by the presidential election. You look at it in a lot of these very interesting Senate and House races kind of just get swept under the rug.
Especially in this election. I think this election is one of the most important in history. But we also have so many important local elections that are just being overlooked because of how intense everything going on with COVID and everything that's just happening in the country. Nobody's really paying attention. And I know some people were even saying that even with the segments that we had earlier in the broadcast with Ethan, people didn't really know local candidates' names. They're more concerned about Biden and Trump and not what will directly affect them in their communities with their local candidates.
And that's something, you know, everyone's been preaching, get out and vote, get out and vote, get out and vote. And as important it is, I think, for you to vote, it is so crucial that you understand the politics in your local community. That is where the changes are made. Although we see changes with the president and we see changes being made nationwide, the things that are going to affect you the most are the people that are in your community. And paying attention to those races are sometimes more, if not just as important, as the presidential election.
Right, it definitely does start locally. But stick with us, because when we come back, we are going to hear from an HPU student who's particularly active in state politics. We'll be right back after these messages.
High Point University is focused on preparing students for the world as it is going to be. There's a growth mindset in our institutional DNA. So while our campus growth is impressive, the true relevance lies in how HPU creates an innovative learning environment that fosters the entrepreneurial spirit in the minds, in the hearts, and in the souls of our students. This is High Point University. Extraordinary.
Welcome to Freddy's. How are you guys doing?
Meetings. Lunch meetings all week, all salads.
Bean salads?
Quinoa salads.
Heirloom salads.
Frisee salads?
Sometimes, guy needs a Freddy's Original Double, Chicago Dog, and a Turtle Sundae.
Make that 2, please.
3.
Absolutely.
If you're gonna be bad, it better be good. Being bad never tasted this good. Freddy's, the experience that puts a smile on your face and the taste that brings you back.
Welcome to Freddy's. What can we get started for you?
I haven't had a carb in 3 weeks, and if I have one more sip of a kale smoothie, I need a Freddy's Original Double with cheese, fries, and a turtle sundae. Please.
Coming right up.
If you're gonna be bad, it better be good. Being bad never tasted this good.
Bring it on.
Freddy's, the experience that puts a smile on your face and the taste that brings you back.
Musco Lighting. We make it happen.
Sheets run and done.
I'll have the langoustine lobster ravioli.
For you, sir?
The original call was for langoustine ravioli. Langoustine is a tiny kind of lobster. Slight shellfish allergy rules that out. Plus, my wife ordered the langoustine. I will have chicken tenders and tater tots.
If you're a ref, you way over-explain things. It's what you do. If you want to save 15% or more on car insurance, you switch to Geico.
Sir, we don't have tater tots.
It's what you do.
I will have nachos.
It takes less than 1 minute to find out if you may have prediabetes. You can do it here. But you probably won't. You're busy. Kids, work, Show coming back in 48 seconds. So let's do this now. Hold up one finger if you're a man. Women, 0. 3 more fingers if you're over 60. 2 over 50. 1 over 40. If you're not sure, keep in mind you're sitting on a couch right now. So 1 more finger if you're not very active. 1 finger if yes, 0 if no. 1 yes, 0 no. Next, find the body type that looks most like you and hold up that many fingers while I look around awkwardly. And that's it. If you're holding up 5 fingers or more, you probably have prediabetes. Sorry to be so blunt, but hey, you're busy. Just go to the site.
High Point University is focused on preparing students for the world as it is going to be. There's a growth mindset in our institutional DNA. So while our campus growth is impressive, the true relevance lies in how HPU creates an innovative learning environment that fosters the entrepreneurial spirit in the minds, in the hearts, and in the souls of our students. This is High Point University. Extraordinary.
Welcome back to HPU All Access Election Night Special. I'm Thomas Hart.
And I'm Riley Mannion. And a correction from before the commercial break. Our next guest is from William Peace University, not High Point, but he's a senior and he's working on John Hardister's campaign. So tonight, Juan Pleites is eager to see the results of the 2020 election because he's had a big role in shaping them. Let's see how Juan, staffer for Representative John Hardister and chairman of the North Carolina Federation of College Republicans, has to say.
So today we are here with a remote segment. So would you like to introduce yourself to everybody who may be watching?
Well, hello, everyone. My name is Juan Pleites, and I serve as the chairman of the North Carolina Federation of College Republicans.
Perfect. All right. So first, starting off, thank you so much for coming on today. We have a lot of great questions for you, but how are you feeling today? How are you feeling about tomorrow? Are you excited? Are you nervous? What's kind of going through your head?
Oh, wow. It's obviously a mix of emotion, right? Like you really start to think of like all of the work that you've done and the involvement, the door knocking, the phone calls, all of the things that you've done to sort of help the candidates that you believe have the best interest of the state and of the country in mind. And you just kind of hope that it's all that it all pays off, you know. But this is my second election where I've kind of been heavily involved in campaigns and elections, and I really see no difference between the first one and the second one. Just a mix of emotions between excited, scared, unsure, optimistic, and so it's I'm ready for it to be over, let me tell you.
Absolutely. Yes, absolutely. So why don't you tell everybody who's watching a little bit about yourself, the involvement with North Carolina politics, and how kind of everything started for you?
Yeah. So I actually grew up in Western North Carolina in Caldwell County, and really I started out in nothing really political, doing charity work and community service and stuff like that. And as I was growing up, I started to question kind of, you know, what really can somebody like myself do to give back to the community that's given so much to me? How can I help, you know, the education system, people have access to affordable health care, to really be the best version of themselves that they can be. And that kind of led me to a path to pursue really public policy. Campaigns and elections isn't really my thing. I think it's important. I think it's necessary. But my passion is really in figuring out those issues, right? Whether it be through legislation, through debate, through all of these things where we can exchange ideas and stuff. But I got involved at a young age, whether it be handing out signs or palm cards for candidates to back in 2018, I actually formed a campaign staff for the youngest candidate, I think, in the both Democrat and Republican. Her name is Catherine Whiteford. Yeah, she was only 21 years old when she ran. She did not win, but that was a fun experience to kind of really see a campaign that embodied those youth ideas of like student debt reform and education and all that stuff, because it was a young candidate that was running. But yeah, that's just a little bit about how I got started.
Awesome. That's so great. So working closely with Representative John Hardister for the past few years, why do you believe that the local and the state politics is so important, especially for kind of my generation, Generation Z that are in college right now?
Because it all happens at the state level. It is so important. I've had the privilege to serve the people of the 59th district for the last 2.5 years in Representative Hardister's office. I think he's done a fantastic job representing the people of Guilford County, and not just his district that encompasses only eastern Guilford, but all of Guilford County, really. I have been able to see just how that legislation impacts people. When you call Representative Hardister's office, odds are I'm going to be the one that answers the phone, and I get to work with people and really see, I need help with unemployment, I need help with insurance, I need help with this, and really providing them the resources that they need in order to navigate state government. To answer your question, absolutely, it's important. I emphasize so much the importance of state and local government, a lot more than perhaps even the presidential or the national level, because there's so much stuff that happens here, thousands and thousands and thousands of legislation that affects our everyday life, passes through the General Assembly, whether it be the uptake of our roads, the amount of sales tax, the funding for education, the access to affordable healthcare. All of these things are debated at the state level. And so I've always heard that the more local the politics is, the more impact it has on us on the individual. And that is 100% true. So I've always seen the state legislature as a place to enact real change, tangible change that people can not only just hear about, but also see in their day-to-day life and in their pocketbooks ultimately.
Yeah, absolutely. So what do you think are some of the most important issues right now for young people and college students during this election cycle?
Well, first off, I would say it would be the economy. And I'll tell you why, because sometimes as young people, and traditionally I wouldn't have said the economy, right? But this year has been a year of surprises, of course. And, from having a booming and rocking economy just this time last year to going through a pretty difficult recession and economic downturn as a cause of the coronavirus. I'm a college senior. I will be graduating in May. I'm worried as to whether or not there will be jobs out there, what the job market is going to look like for me. And I think a lot of students are kind of getting that wake-up call as well. It's like, oh my goodness, like I just registered for my last semester of classes. If I'm not going to grad school and joining the workforce, what does that look like?
Yeah, it's hitting you. Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
What does that look like? What is that? What is the opportunity out there for me? And then, of course, as all of us, I would say the second part of that would be student debt. I think that is the generational question for us, right? It is how much we're borrowing, how much we're incurring, and what are we going to do to pay it off? But of course, that again goes back to the question of having an economy that works for us as young people and having a job market to be able to participate in order to be able to pay off these loans.
Yes, absolutely. It is just a really tough situation right now. But, voter apathy is a really, really big concern, especially among our generation. So what do you really say to all of those people who either don't know a lot about politics, don't really know about a lot about voting in general, or maybe don't care? What would you like to say to those people who may, not go tomorrow and vote in any kind of election?
Right. And what I would say about that is you can't complain about it if you didn't do anything about it. Whether it be that you side with the Democrat Party, the Republican Party, I still genuinely believe that we all have kind of like the same end result of just wanting people to have a better life and serve the people. We just have different ways of getting there. And regardless of where it is that you fall on that political spectrum, if you're not advocating for the issues that you think are important, for the candidates that you think are providing the sort of ideas that you think should be the front line, there's not, you really are kind of forfeiting your say,
Absolutely.
And so, yes, posting memes on social media and answering the polls on you can vote or whatever Instagram DM is great and all that, and you post your things and you make noise, but you're not going to change anything unless you take the poll that actually matters, and that's the one at the election box at your local precinct.
Absolutely. Yes. Well, that's all we have for you today. Just want to thank you. Thank you so much for taking the time to be with me, and good luck to you. Good luck to everything. And we hope that election night will be as easy to get through as possible.
Thank you so much.
Of course.
Welcome back. And before we go into more about the election and more about states, we're going to head over to Grant, who has an Electoral College map update. Grant?
Yeah, we've just gotten word, guys, that Missouri has been called for President Trump tonight. And I just want to note here that if Biden wins all those states on the East Coast that Hillary Clinton did win in 2016, plus Wisconsin and Michigan, he is likely to win this 2020 election. But moving on to some of these swing states, Texas and Florida are about the same place right now, leaning towards Trump. And Biden and Trump are neck and neck in North Carolina right now. And as I noted before, North Carolina, Georgia, and Florida are states that are seeing an increase in mail-in ballots this election cycle. And Democrats are more likely to vote by mail-in ballot, so we might not know those results until later tonight, maybe even into the days and weeks coming up. But that's about it for now. Again, Biden and Trump are neck and neck in those swing states, most of them leaning towards Trump. And as it stands right now, Biden is projected with 131 electoral votes over Trump's 110. But back to you guys.
So something interesting really to look at is Utah. And the reason Utah is so interesting to look at, it is typically Republican, 25% to 73% in 2012. For that was Obama, Mitt Romney. Mitt Romney, of course, was from, I believe he was from Utah. But then you look in 2016, 27% Democrat, 45% Republican, 21% third party. Now, Utah does typically have a very large amount of voters that do go third party. In this case, 2016, Evan McMullin.
Right. I think that's something interesting because basically no other state is like that. There's never that high.
No other state is even remotely close to those numbers.
Yeah, it's never that high. And I don't think that it'll be like that in this election either. I think because of those demographics in Utah with the third party candidates in this election, I don't think we're going to see that big of a number.
Yeah, it was definitely something interesting to look at because a lot of the talk in the 2016 election was, could Gary Johnson or could these third parties pull from Hillary Clinton? And in that case, we don't really know if that was the deciding factor because so many of these higher third party ones were Republican. But it's kind of one of those 21%. That's such a huge number. When you look at this chart, you're like, whoa, hold on one second. What is that? Is that off? Another news that we got, AOC, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, has won re-election in her district.
Yeah, and I think we were talking about that earlier about how she was kind of flying under the radar in this election.
Yep.
We weren't really aware that she was even running again for her position, and here she is now. She won. I expected her to win, being that she's such a big name now, and she has so much going for her. But it was just interesting to see how involved she was in the last election, how big of a name she was, and now both of us, it just kind of blew our mind.
I mean, she is one of the bigger names of the Democratic Party, and to not know that, when they said AOC won re-election, I was like, she was running for re-election? I was like, I had this feeling that she was going to win re-election, but it's insane that it just kind of flew under the radar. Like we said, this presidential election has taken so much of the news cycle that, bigger names like that still are even flying or still being under the carpet. So we're going to head right to a commercial break as this is our coverage of the 2020 election.
It takes less than 1 minute to find out if you may have prediabetes. You can do it here. But you probably won't. You're busy. Kids, work, show coming back in 48 seconds. So let's do this now. Hold up one finger if you're a man, women, 0. 3 more fingers if you're over 60, 2 over 50, 1 over 40. If you're not sure, keep in mind you're sitting on a couch right now, so 1 more finger if you're not very active. 1 finger if yes, 0 if no. 1 yes, 0 no. Next, find the body type that looks most like you and hold up that many fingers while I look around awkwardly. And that's it. If you're holding up 5 fingers or more, you probably have prediabetes. Sorry to be so blunt, but hey, you're busy. Just go to the site.
Happen, yeah. And we are back for the 2020 election coverage, here at High Point University. We are getting word that Donald Trump has a lead in Pennsylvania, and in the state of North Carolina, we've got a shakeup in the Senate race.
Yeah, we do. Roy Cooper actually did just win his race. Tom Tillis is up. So we have a bunch of races in North Carolina that are a bit shocking, a bit expected. They're all over the place. True. Yeah, but Trump is expected to win North Carolina at this rate. He's widening the gap between him and Biden. But a state that is looking blue for Biden is Arizona, which was another one of those swing states that people were looking at, which way would it go? But now it's looking like it will go blue and Biden will take Arizona. Yeah,
it's definitely interesting to see how North Carolina is playing out. And as we shift here in the next hour towards the West Coast, we're going to see some of those big states. California, for one, that will, probably as soon as the polls hit that time, boom, 55 electoral college votes that are going to go to Joe Biden.
Right, I agree. I think that's something that, again, everyone expects California to be blue, so that's not going to come as a surprise. But with all of these swing states that are going back and forth, nobody can really predict how this election will go. So Biden getting those 55 electoral college votes obviously will help him and help to make that decision, I guess you could say, a little bit more clear with what's going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, 2016, as tight of a race it was, California still 30% the Democrats had over the Republicans in the 2016 election. Something that we've seen across the country over the past few days is, in major cities, boarding up of these stores. And it looks like, as bad as it sounds, it looks like we're going back to the summer where we saw city after city, time and time again. At night, you'd flip on the TV and there'd be riots, protests everywhere. And I think, because of because of how it played out during the summer with the Black Lives Matter, protests and the movement, I think a lot of stores realized they don't want to be caught in that situation again.
I think it's interesting to see that people were prepared for this now, and like you were saying, and it's like they're almost expecting it to happen no matter which way the election goes. And I know people are saying that it'll be more aggressive if Trump wins again. So I don't know how it will play out. I don't know what's going to happen. But I know Philly, Washington, D.C., I know rally's going to be like a big spot for it. I think that's something that I don't want to say is interesting, but it's something that you would never expect to happen with these elections.
Yeah, I mean, one that really stood out to me was in D.C., a very wealthy area of stores. I saw where it was like a Tiffany store and a few others were boarded up, but they had taken the time to paint the wood. And it was that moment where I realized, oh my goodness, this is prepared. Yeah. They are prepared enough to the point where they're still keeping with the marketing scheme of their colors. I mean, they are full in ready for this. And as sad as it seems, it's something nowadays that it just seems like, all right, this is something we're going to have to pay attention to for anything.
It's scary to me. I think that the fact that, like you said, them painting the wood, basically making it part of their store, is something that's just sad to see, like how it's progressed, like since over the summer. But I think no matter which way this election goes, there will be riots, there will be protests, and there will be many people who are unhappy, and they're going to show that, which is very scary.
And that's something that is just it's unfortunately it's the political world we live in these days, and it is it seems that so many people are so far left or so far right, and you get. It seems rare that you get level-headed people in politics, and unfortunately, with both of these candidates, I would say that Joe Biden has done a better job of trying to set an example, but it makes you wonder, with these two candidates, is this causing the problem of this, divide among this nation and to the points of riots and protests?
Yeah, and I think with what you were saying about setting an example, obviously the president should be setting an example, like they're the leader of the country, but now more than ever, that's one of the main focuses of how they're going to be running their election and how they're going to be running their campaigns and how everything's going to work. They are trying to work with those people who they're trying to set the examples for. And in previous elections, we haven't really seen that as a big issue for them. And they really have to take into consideration what's going to happen with their supporters and the people who are against them.
Yeah, I mean, it's just insane. Like I said, during the summer, during some of the Black Lives Matter protests following, following George Floyd, it was. No matter where you turned on the TV that night, it was protest after protest. And, in Atlanta, we saw the burning down of a Wendy's. And it was so sad to watch it unfold in front of our country, but then still realize that, this is still a problem. This is still something that is actively happening within our nation and something that needs to be addressed as soon as possible.
I agree. I think it does need to be addressed as soon as possible, but I'm scared that it might not be. Doesn't matter who's winning the election. Like I said, the riots are going to happen regardless, but I don't know if they're going to address it the way that they should.
And that's what's going to be interesting to see who wins tonight. If, let's say Biden wins tonight. Let's say that California and a few others sets him over the mark. What's going to happen? Are these protests not going to play out? But on the other hand, if this is a tight election like it's been played out for so many weeks, and we may not have a winner tonight, do we still see riots in the streets? It's so interesting to watch, and it's so tough for so many of us that, in suburbia America, we all some sort of live around a city, and to watch that city be boarded up, the city maybe that you grew up in. For me, growing up the city of Charlotte and watching and seeing pictures of places downtown with wood all over the windows, it's a very, very scary sight to see.
Yeah, and those cities that you mentioned that we are going to, how long is it going to be until it's safe to go back out again? How long are these riots going to be happening? How long are these stores going to be boarded up? Like, that's a question that we can't answer. We don't know when the results are coming in. We don't know, depending on who wins, how long they'll be rioting for, how intense the riots will be.
Yeah. I mean, in 2016, 2017, I remember in Charlotte going to school the next day, but still some of my classmates were able to go to downtown Charlotte to watch the riots play out and cover them. And I think what an amazing opportunity that is to be able to cover such an impactful moment on the city like that. But at the same time, I watched videos of people, throwing rocks into the Hornets team store, the Charlotte Hornets team store, and just looting the entire place. And it's so sad and so scary to watch. But with the violence we've had in this country, I don't think the violence is the answer, but at the same time, where are police going to step in and try to, really diffuse the situation?
Yeah, I agree. I also don't think that violence is the answer, but time and time again, when things that didn't resort to violence have taken place, nothing's happened. And I think that's where people start to bring in this violence and say, like, okay, if you're not going to listen to us through peaceful protests and through posts on social media and whatever it might be, that's when they step in with the violence. So I think it's a really scary situation, and it's really sad to say that it's probably inevitable to happen after this election. But unfortunately, that is all of the time we have for this hour. In the next hour, Joe and Anna are going to go into more specifics about these possible riots happening after the election. We'll be right back after this break.
High Point University is focused on preparing students for the world as it is going to be. There's a growth mindset in our institutional DNA. So while our campus growth is impressive, The true relevance lies in how HBU creates an innovative learning environment that fosters the entrepreneurial spirit in the minds, in the hearts, and in the souls of our students. This is High Point University. Extraordinary.
Welcome to Freddy's. How are you guys doing?
Meetings. Lunch meetings all week, all salads.
Bean salads?
Quinoa salads.
Heirloom salads.
Frisee salads?
Sometimes a guy needs a Freddy's Original Double, Chicago Dog, and a Turtle Sundae.
Make that 2, please.
3.
Absolutely.
If you're gonna be bad, it better be good. Being bad never tasted this good. Freddy's, the experience that puts a smile on your face and the taste that brings you back.
Welcome to Freddy's. What can we get started for you?
I haven't had a carb in 3 weeks, and if I have one more sip of a kale smoothie, I need a Freddy's Original Double with cheese, fries, and a turtle sundae. Please.
Coming right up.
If you're gonna be bad, it better be good. Being bad never tasted this good.
Bring it on.
Freddy's, the experience that puts a smile on your face and the taste that brings you back.
Musco Lighting. We make it happen.
Sheets run and done.
I'll have the langoustine lobster ravioli.
For you, sir?
The original call was for langoustine ravioli. Langoustine is a tiny kind of lobster. Slight shellfish allergy rules that out. Plus, my wife ordered the langoustine. I will have chicken tenders and tater tots.
If you're a ref, you way over-explain things. It's what you do. If you want to save 15% or more on car insurance, you switch to Geico.
Sir, we don't have tater tots.
It's what you do.
I will have nachos.
Opiates has taken everything and everyone I've ever loved away from me. Everything. I blew my ankle out and I got prescribed pain pills by my doctor. If making my detox public is gonna help somebody, I'm all for it. I just wish I would have had a warning.
Opioid dependence can happen after just 5 days. Know the truth, spread the truth.
It takes less than 1 minute to find out if you may have prediabetes. You can do it here. But you probably won't. You're busy. Kids, work, show coming back in 48 seconds. So let's do this now. Hold up one finger if you're a man, women, 0. 3 more fingers if you're over 60, 2 over 50, 1 over 40. If you're not sure, keep in mind you're sitting on a couch right now, so 1 more finger if you're not very active. 1 finger if yes, 0 if no. 1 yes, 0 no. Next, find the body type that looks most like you and hold up that many fingers while I look around awkwardly. And that's it. If you're holding up 5 fingers or more, you probably have prediabetes. Sorry to be so blunt, but hey, you're busy. Just go to the site.
Welcome back and good evening. Welcome back to the last hour of the HBU All Access 2020 Election Night Special. My name's Anna Harris.
And I'm Joe Moronsky. We're so glad you all are still here with us for this last hour. We have many, many new developments that have occurred within the last 5 minutes even. So we have a lot to bring to you, from the presidential race to some changes in New Jersey. But before we do that, let's head over to our electoral map analyst, Grant Hines. Grant?
Yeah, so up in these swing states here, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia, they are neck and neck. Pennsylvania probably being the most close between the two candidates here. Biden is leading. From the last report, they're pretty stagnant. Biden is leading 131 versus Trump's 110. We just got word from a close source that the cities of Philadelphia and Atlanta have stopped counting their ballots for the night and will presumably resume tomorrow. Polls are about to close on the West Coast here in California, California, Washington, and Oregon at about 10 p.m. Eastern time here, 11 p.m. Eastern time here, with Alaska and Hawaii closing at 12 and 1 a.m. respectively. We are expected to see a win for Vice President Biden in California, Washington, and Oregon. Nevada is pretty up in the air right now, and Vice President Biden does have about a 13-point lead in Arizona. Again, if he carries most of those states on the West Coast, he is likely to win this election. So that's it for this hour. Back to you guys.
Thanks so much, Grant. So as we stated, a lot of developments have come within the last few minutes even. In the state of New Jersey, recreational marijuana has passed, meaning recreational use of marijuana is now legal.
Yes.
They are joining the clash. There's, what is it now? California, Colorado, a couple other states. It seems to be a growing
trend.
One of the interesting things about that, on many college campuses that receive federal funding, the question of marijuana has come up, especially in states like Colorado. And what many people don't know is that you cannot legalize marijuana on your campus if you receive federal funding unless marijuana is approved for recreational use federally.
Right.
So definitely one of those interesting fun facts of the night that,
yes.
that a lot of people don't realize.
Very kind of random, but now New Jersey is now legal with marijuana, and we're still trying to figure out who the president is. So it's just a lot of craziness going on.
Yes. So as you can see, Anna and I now have our laptops with us. With so much changing so quickly, we want to make sure we can stay in the know and give you the up-to-date news as it comes in as soon as we hear from it. Most notably, the Raleigh Police Department has declared an unlawful assembly in the streets of Raleigh. Allegedly, 4 protesters were arrested as, quote, black-clad protesters marched in Raleigh. That comes from the News and Observer. Anna,
what's going on?
What's going on?
What's going on? There's also potentially a protest breakout in D.C. It was started off as lively, largely peaceful. Hundreds of demonstrators are gathered around Washington, D.C. to protest, dance, and pray as they await the results of the 2020 presidential election as of right now. This was updated 36 minutes ago from the NBC Washington, and many crowds gather this afternoon at the Black Lives Matter Plaza near the White House. Held signs protesting Donald Trump or showing for support for former Vice President Joe Biden. So I'm still getting updates as it's going on about if the protests are going to get any violence or anything like that. But as of right now, I think it is peaceful in D.C. But again, I'm still getting updates as I'm refreshing my screen.
Yes, everything is very fluid right now, and that seems to have been the theme throughout the night, with many things changing on a dime.
Yes.
But like Anna said, most of these protests seem to be largely peaceful. There were reports that protesters were throwing fireworks in downtown Raleigh. Apparently, after these 4 protesters were arrested, things seem to have calmed down, with everybody slowly dispersing and leaving the streets, which is a good sign. On our campus, everything is calm.
Yes.
We are very lucky to go to a university where all of our students understand that it's okay to disagree, and we have people who encourage us to disagree on this campus. So often you don't see that on college campuses. You can have one view or no view. But we are going to head over to our friend, the president of College Democrats, Dalton Lucas. Dalton?
Everybody, I am here with Dalton Lucas, who is a representative for the HPU College Democrats, as well as he is heavily involved with HPU Votes. Dalton, how are you doing tonight?
I am good. I hope you are, Ethan.
Doing all right myself. Thank you very much. So figured we might as well just go ahead and jump right in. So to start off, was hoping you could tell us a little bit about yourself as well as your involvement on campus.
Awesome. Well, my name is Dalton Lucas. I'm a junior political science major here at High Point University. As you said in the intro, I'm the president of High Point University College Democrats. I'm also a student justice honor leader, and I am super involved in the HPU Votes program. Also a member of Beta Theta Phi.
All right. Awesome. So I know that you've been working with a couple of political candidates, as well as you've been canvassing with Vote Blue. I was wondering, how has that experience been for you, especially in a swing state as important as North Carolina is this year?
Yeah, well, I think that this year especially, it's super important to get involved, and it's really been the energy surrounding the campaigns this year has just been tremendous, even though most of it has been online. I've made a lot of phone calls. Just recently, we started with Vote Blue, started canvassing again. Of course, it's very different knocking doors in a mask and using a golf ball to knock on the door instead of your own hand. But it's been great to talk to voters and to hear from the people of North Carolina about why they're voting this year and why they're voting for Democrats up and down the ballot.
Right, awesome. So you've been really active on campus as well with registering students, not just for Democrats, but from both political parties to vote. So what inspired you to get involved like this and stay passionate about such an important cause?
Right. So the youth vote, to me, we're one of the most important voting blocks in this country, and unfortunately, we turn out consistently at very low rates. And I believe that this generation that's just coming in, we're voting for the first time, and our vote carries a lot of weight. And no matter who you're voting for or what your political party is, I want the youth vote to shine through, because the issues that we care about, the issues that matter to us, will not be discussed unless we turn out to vote. Another thing, in 2018, only 23% of us voted in the midterm elections. That includes absentee ballots. The national average was around 40%. So we were about 17 points below the national average. And, you know, as an HPU student, we value, I think, you know, our school's values of God, family, and country. The country portion of that, I believe, is, you know, actively participating in our republic and making sure that the next generation has it better off than we do. And I think that as a person that it's involved in politics, it's my honor to have a voice.
All right, I agree. So has your involvement with HPU Votes, campaigns, and College Democrats, how have those things motivated you to potentially pursue a career in politics in the future, if at all?
Well, you know, through all of these experiences, I've really been able to see that, you know, people want their voice to be heard. People want their voice to matter. And sometimes with politics and with the division and with people just give up and say, I'm not that into politics. And I think that this generation has the ability to change that narrative to where politics can be something that gets things done, that makes the world a better place. And I'm just inspired every day when I talk to voters in the community, whether that be here at HPU or outside of the gates, in that we all want what's best for this country. We just some of us just have two different ideas on how to get there. And that, I think that's what's important, is that, you know, we all want what's best. And I'm always happy to see the involvement, and I want to continue that with my career.
All right. So that's all the big questions that I have. So I was just wondering if there's anything else that you'd like to share for us. This will obviously be airing on election night. So is there anything else that you'd like to share?
I hope that everybody went out and voted tonight. I hope that remember to stay calm when the results come in. We may not have a winner on election night, and don't get discouraged. Democracy isn't perfect, and we're moving towards a more perfect union as fast as we can. And you know, stay involved, stay active, don't give up.
All right. Well, thank you so much. This is Dalton Lucas. Like I said before, would like to thank you very much for taking the time out of your day to do this interview with us. This is Ethan Smith with HPO All Access, and back to you guys.
Thanks so much, Ethan. Well, we do have some more breaking news. Michael Garrett, the North Carolina Senate District 27. Michael Garrett looks like he's going to be winning a Democratic candidate. Also, President Trump has just won Florida.
Yes, so that is some interesting updates of the night. Before we continue talking about another On the Issue segment and continuing with more polling updates, we're going to toss it to Grant Hines to give us an update on the electoral map.
Yeah, and as you just heard from Joe and Anna at the desk, Trump did, in fact, win Florida just now. And it is projected by some analysts that whoever wins Florida wins the presidential election. But we still have these close races in Georgia, North Carolina, and Texas to see, which most likely won't get called before the end of the night, maybe later in the week or even the month, as they still continue to count those mail-in ballots. As we look towards the West Coast, polls have closed in Washington, Oregon, and California now. All those states going blue for Biden. We're still waiting to hear from Nevada. And as Alaska and Hawaii close at 12 a.m. and 1 a.m. respectively, we will wait to hear from them. But again, it is a shocker that we have heard from Florida. Trump has won there. And as we continue to look at those swing states, Biden is leading with about 209 projected points right now, and Trump leading him with 143. But that's it for now. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Grant, for that update. So now it is time for the final On the Issue segment for the election night special, where we're going to be talking about immigration. So tell me, Joe, give us the rundown on what Joe Biden is planning to do.
Yeah, so this election cycle was definitely much different than in 2016. 2016, immigration was a huge issue for President Trump, and it was not too talked about on the campaign this year. Whether that be intentionally or with COVID, he just had some other things come up. Joe Biden has a very different take on immigration in comparison to President Trump. He has said that he will reverse the Trump administration restrictions regarding immigration from day one, stop wall construction, and give a roadmap for people living illegally in the United States to gain their citizenship. There's approximately 11 million people living illegally in the United States. Joe Biden understands that they've made lives here, they have families here, and we can't just say leave. So he wants to work with them to give them a path to becoming legal immigrants. He also wants to expand resources to immigrants, protect DACA, and make it easier to immigrate overall, hoping that that in turn decreases illegal immigration.
Yes, I totally understand. So obviously we said before that back in 2016 it was very controversial what Trump's perspective was on the immigration policies, and it has gotten a little bit less controversial, but his point of view has still remained the same. So Trump's priorities have been to eliminate illegal immigration at all costs and to provide the safety of Americans. The safety of Americans in their own communities is one of his top priorities. As part of doing that, during his first term, the Department of Homeland Security took action to diminish the DACA, giving Congress the opportunity to consider appropriate legislative solutions that are required by our Constitution. Between the inauguration in 2019, U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, aka ICE, made over 200,000 arrests of illegal aliens. He releases immigration reform proposal, which calls for the transition to a merit-based immigration plan. Because the safety of Americans was one of his top priorities, and to enforce law and order at the borders. The Department of Justice announced more than $98 million in grant funding to hire 802 additional full-time law enforcement officers, 10,000 new ICE agents, and 5,000 additional Border Patrol agents. Administration has prioritized making sure Americans are safe within their own communities and targeted gang members, including members of MS-13. There was an 83% increase of arrests of these gang members back in 2016 to 2017, and he arrested more than 10,000 gang members in 2018. Since removal of illegal immigrants was a top priority to Trump within his first term, there was a 36% increase of total removals from 2016 to 2017, a 13% increase to 2018, and 57% of those individuals were convicted criminals. Because of all these successes of Trump's promises that were kept through his first term, we are not completely sure of his outline of what his second term immigration policies are as of right now, but he wants to continue to eliminate DACA. And DACA allows people brought to the U.S. illegally as children to remain as legal residents, but this is currently being halted by the courts. If this program does end, Trump may decide to side with the Democrats in Congress and promise protection for the Dreamers. What the Dreamers are is they are young documented immigrants who were brought to the U.S. as children, who have grown up here, who play to be Americans and that have gone to school here for forever and have families. And if Trump continues to make this promise to protect the Dreamers, he will only do it in exchange for broader immigration cuts. He has signaled a desire to target green card holders on top of this who have committed crime, potentially creating a new denaturalization task force under the Department of Justice in February. So a lot of it's not completely outlined, but we can kind of tell that Trump is a very much hardline in comparison to what President Barack Obama was as far as immigration and what Vice President Biden was as well.
Yeah, definitely. And as we spoke about earlier, we did say one of the key differences between President Trump and former Vice President Biden is their outlook on how to decrease illegal immigration. President Trump thinks we need strong regulation, strong enforcement, and a border wall, whereas former Vice President Biden thinks if we simply make legal immigration easier, people will be less likely. It's one thing to try to legally immigrate here quickly to escape a cartel that might be trying to kill you, but having to wait years and years, some of these people just don't have that time. And it's definitely one of those things that people on both sides of the aisle can empathize with. We understand they're in very difficult situations, and sometimes these people have the choice to illegally cross the border or die.
Right. And I fully understand the perspective of people come to America for an opportunity and they want to make a greater living. However, I very strongly agree that they need to come here legally. We have so much violence in America already, especially dealing with the recent protests and rioting and everything going on. And we already have enough violence and conflict to deal with legal citizens of America that it shouldn't be much of a priority for us to deal with the illegal immigrants on top of that, just because if you're here legally, we will prioritize you. But if you're not here legally, then I don't know what you're doing. You know what I mean? So that's pretty much the summary of what I have about Trump's perspectives and a little bit of my perspectives on that.
Yeah, one of the interesting things, most recently I saw a documentary, I forget which filmmaker it was by, but it was about, following along with an ICE officer. What was your day like under the Obama administration versus what is your day like under the Trump administration? And these ICE agents just look drained. They are working double time. And one of the things that was said that really stuck with me from one of these ICE agents was, I used to go in and get the bad guys and make America safer. But now I go in and I get the dad who's reading a bedtime story to his daughter. And it's hard for me to put my head on the pillow at night knowing that I just separated a family because they made they did the wrong thing, but at the end of the day, it was life or death. And that was one of the quotes from that film that really stuck with me of, we also need to remember that these ICE agents are human and it can be really taxing on them to be going in and it used to be, let's make America safer, and it's turned into, let's just get them.
Yes, I totally understand that. And it's it's hard to hear a quote like that, and I definitely do sympathize with the people that are here and they don't mean any harm, because that's incredibly unfortunate, and I know that's been very criticize on Trump's perspectives of everything of like, why is he separating children from their families? And that isn't completely correct, and I understand that as well. So there's a lot of different opinions on both sides of the argument.
Yes, there definitely is. Well, we are going to toss to a quick break real quick, and we will be back after these short messages.
Musco Lighting. We make it happen.
Sheets run and done.
I'll have the langoustine lobster ravioli.
For you, sir?
The original call was for langoustine ravioli. Langoustine is a tiny kind of lobster. Slight shellfish allergy rules that out. Plus, my wife ordered the langoustine. I will have chicken tenders and tater tots.
If you're a ref, you way over-explain things. It's what you do. If you want to save 15% or more on car insurance, you switch to Geico.
Sir, we don't have tater tots.
It's what you do.
I will have nachos.
Opiates has taken everything and everyone I've ever loved away from me. Everything. I blew my ankle out and I got prescribed pain pills by my doctor. If making my detox public is gonna help somebody, I'm all for it. I just wish I would have had a warning.
Opioid dependence can happen after just 5 days. Know the truth, spread the truth.
High Point University is focused on preparing students for the world as it is going to be. There's a growth mindset in our institutional DNA. So while our campus growth is impressive, the true relevance lies in how HPU creates an innovative learning environment that fosters the entrepreneurial spirit in the minds, in the hearts, and in the souls of our students. This is High Point University. Extraordinary.
Welcome back, everyone. As the night continues, we're getting updates every single second, it feels like. It's just, we're trying to wait on what North Carolina's going to do, because I think it just went from 96% recorded votes to 94%. So I'm kind of confused.
North Carolina is all over the place tonight, and we did want to stay to give you guys the results. We're still going to try to, but we just simply do not know what's going on with the state of North Carolina. They did have some delays today, and it appears that there's even more delays now. We are going to talk about one more interesting topic. We're going to be talking about third-party voting. Now, this is a topic that doesn't get talked about much, especially in the mainstream media, but is very important to talk about. I mentioned earlier that Joe Biden received, he pretty much won almost all voters who voted third party or didn't vote in 2016, which was a huge growth to him, and we can see that in the numbers and how close tonight's election is. Joe Jorgensen, who was running on the Libertarian Party line, received over 1 million votes today. And you say that name and many people are like, who? But, you know, that 1 million votes in some of these swing states really could have made a difference with how these races are going and how tight they are.
Right. Like if you don't, it's interesting because so many people want to put all Republican ballots or all Democrat because they see the R or the D next to everyone's name and they just don't even bother to research anyone else that's not a Republican or a Democrat. But what was the thing earlier today about Kanye West potentially being on a ballot? I was
so Kanye West did announce that he was going to run, but it was actually past the deadline to be on a ballot. And he tweeted today saying that he did in fact go and vote for himself. My guess would be as a write-in, but he was on the ballot in Vermont and received 0.4% of the vote, which is interesting to say the least. Again, 2020.
What else do you expect?
He received just over 1,000 votes, according to what Vermont is reporting. He received 1,107 votes. And that, again, is a third-party issue. You know, people don't realize, but the way that our government is structured, a third party would struggle to win for the exact reason you said. People straight vote, Democrat, Republican. Most notably, I did see something out of California, and it was their voter guide that they send before the election, and it is pages about candidates and every issue that they stand for, their stance on it, and a statement. And it was great because, you know, that gives voters the opportunity to hear from the candidates. Unfortunately, a lot of these local elections don't have many debates or forums. And if they do, they're small and small turnout. And it goes to, do you have an R or a D next to your name?
Right.
And that's definitely one of the issues that we have seen throughout the United States, especially this year.
Yes. Totally understand.
Yeah, and we're going to talk about one more issue before we go. We're going to be talking a little bit about partisanship and how important it is as the younger generation coming up, whether it be in the media or at Congress. We're going to be talking about how important it is to work together with people who have other political views.
Yes, I think it's very important that although I'm Republican and you're a Democrat, that we all fully understand and listen to each other and obtain different points of view and understand different perspectives on everything. So what else do you have to say about that?
Yeah, you know, I think one of the key things that we have learned over the last 4 years, and beyond that, is when we work together, we get things done. Whether it be in the media or on Capitol Hill, when we work together, we get things done. One of my favorite things that's going on right now, because of the COVID-19 pandemic, it's happening more frequently, but it's always happened and nobody knows about it, is news networks. When they do pool coverage, you know, everybody gets to tap in from everybody's coverage a little bit. So you have studios like Fox and CNN who are on polar opposite sides of the spectrum working together. And you don't see that behind the scenes, but that's how the magic happens. You know, so often it comes down to, hi, my name's Joe, and I lean left or I lean right. And immediately you don't like a person. And that's sad. It's sad that we can't have a conversation in America. It's sad that we can't walk over to somebody and just talk. It's sad that we can't have a political conversation without a fight. And it's sad that we can't have a political conversation without judging the person.
Right.
So for all of the college students watching, we encourage you, keep those conversations going. Talk to your friends, learn, educate, grow. That's how we're going to create a better society. And for the older generations, thank you for teaching us what not to do. We also are just receiving word that Biden has won Arizona. So with that, you know, a lot has happened tonight, and I hope you all could tell. We did in every hour have a candidate from an anchor from a different political view, but we worked together, we talked, and I can say that I learned from all of you.
Yes, I completely learned from everyone on the show tonight. And another thing to touch on with like working together is like social media plays a big part in 2020 and just today's day and age anyway, and that not just having these conversations in person, but making sure that we're having these conversations online and not having the cancel culture of making sure like, oh, you have a polar opposite opinion of me, or you did something terrible 20, 30 years ago that like, clearly you've learned and grown from that ever since then. Well, at least I would hope so. So I think we just should cut the cancel culture and make sure we're all learning from one another and we can all be good.
Exactly, you know, it's always important to remember, having our different opinions is what makes us Americans. We're gonna toss it over to Grant real quick with one last update on the polls.
Yeah, so Texas, again, another one of the swing states in this election, is pretty close. 75% of the precincts are reporting so far. It is leaning towards President Donald Trump right now. He has taken 51% of the votes, with Vice President Joe Biden taking 47. North Carolina is pretty neck and neck right now. It's fluctuating between about a 2% and 3% lead, with President Trump taking that lead. Again, Georgia, Florida and North Carolina we might not see results until later in the night, maybe even the week. Again, who knows? Florida actually was called a few minutes ago, but again, Georgia and North Carolina might not be called until later on into the night, maybe even into the week. As we look towards the West Coast, Washington, Oregon, and California have all been called for Biden. Arizona is still up in the air right now, with Joe Biden having with Joe Biden taking 53% of the votes, with 73% of the precincts voting. And yeah, that is about it right now. The results right now are pretty stagnant, but I suspect as some of these last polls are starting to close, we will get more results soon. But that is it for the poll update right now. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Grant, for that final update. And it has been confirmed that Trump just won Florida. So now to conclude the night and to thank everyone involved in this set, Joe, take it away.
You know, it's very, very rare that we as college students get the chance to do something like this. It happens once every 4 years. Obviously, this is the only time we'll get to do this in our college careers. And it truly was a treat, but it wouldn't have been possible without so many of you who are watching right now. So first, we'd like to thank Dr. Ginny McDermott, the Dean of the Nito Cobain School of Communication here at High Point University, Michelle Devlin, the Administrative Assistant, Joe Michaels, Nick Blair, Rob Powell, Brandon Lenore, Don Moore, John Mims, and his entire applied social media class who helped us run all of our social media, all of the political science students who worked on our research team, the college Republicans, the college Democrats, all of our guests, all the candidates, the cast, the crew, campus enhancement, Dr. Cobain, and of course, all of you for watching. We hope you stayed informed. We hope you learned some new information tonight. We hope you'll have healthy discussions, continue to learn from each other, and God bless America. Have a good night, everybody.